The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in. Tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There will be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingourearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in. Tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There will be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingourearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in. Tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingoverearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Over Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in. Tune in with us on healingoverearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingoverearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Over Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in. Tune in with us on healingoverearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingoverearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in, tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingourearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in, tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingourearth.com.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from Healing Our Earth. Are you suffering from joint aches and pains? Are you suffering from body aches? Is that what you want your questions answered and to find out what can help you? Well, then log in, tune in with us on healingourearth.com this Sunday, the 8th of September from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Standard Time. You will get a variety of speakers coming in, consultants coming in, addressing your queries, ask questions. There'll be some good, amazing patient testimonies that are coming through. So don't forget to join in on Sunday, the 8th of September, healingourearth.com.
Heal the earth, heal the earth.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
A global namaste. This is Dr. Lalit Sodha from
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Amrita Sharma welcoming you to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is dedicated on one of the very important ailments as well as problems that worldwide everyone faces, which is bones and joint aches. And in today's Heal Thy Life, Healthy Life episode, we'll be talking more about it. But then, as always, it's time for Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice that you like. Let's close our eyes and join our hands, taking a deep breath inside. Om. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome again. Today's episode is specifically on one of the very critical problems of health, which is joint aches. Why do they happen? Suddenly our knee starts to pain. Sometimes we have a pain in our big toe. Sometimes when we get up in the morning, our joints are so stiff, and we don't find answers to all these questions. Well, today, for all our viewers who have any of these issues and are suffering from arthritis of any kind, we are here to answer all your queries. You can also put in your questions live and we'll be answering all that. We have with us a panel of doctors, experts, chiropractors, physiotherapists, who will be dive deep into the knowledge of why the joints start to pain, why there are achy pains, which pains are good and bad, and why does this happen. Sometimes we just take it for granted, but then these problems may be higher problems that may involve the whole body as well. We need to really take care of them. What diet should be there? What exercises should be done? What should be my routine that I take care of myself for restoring my body, because ultimately these joints are those pillars on which we stand, we walk, we move. And when they answer, we are achy and painy, we really need to care for them. And this episode is specifically dedicated to know about the causes, the remedies, lifestyle managements, what is inside, how can we cure them, and also not only for ourselves, but for everyone. The oldest in our house, the younger children, the middle-aged who have no time to do workouts, still have these problems. We need to know about all these things. And therefore, for today's episode, I would like to heartily welcome our regular guest contributor, our producer of Healthy Life episode, Dr. Lalit Sodha. Dr. Lalit Sodha is a doctor of chiropractic. He is a global Zoom host, a public speaker, an author, and a mountain trekker, as well as Srinathji's follower. A very global namaste to you and good afternoon to you, Dr. Lalit. Kindly unmute yourself. So Dr. Lalit
Dun,
will
dun, dun,
be,
dun, dun.
oh, wow. Double namaste. Good afternoon.
Hey, Global Namaste, Amrita. Such a pleasure to be on this program today with this panel of speakers. I'm truly delighted to be with you all again. I haven't had a chance recently to come on, but I've been coming on as and when. But today is a special day, and I'm so happy, so happy to be with my Healing Our Earth family broadcasting this globally. So happy to be with you.
Thank you, Dr. Lalit. So before we take up other guests who have joined us globally, we have Dr. Anukul with us, we have Dr. Anjali with us. Global namaste to all of you. And a very warm welcome to today's episode. Dr. Lalit, let's start up with some discussion of let our viewers know about what are kind of pains that people have all of a sudden. What is underlying pathology in relation to that? And is it really serious? We need to take care of them or let it go? Which pains are good? Which has to be taken care of? Please go ahead. Over
Thank
to
you
you.
very
Thank you.
much, Amrita. A big pleasure. So I'm so happy. We've got all these wonderful consultants, doctors with us. We've got Dr. Anukul Goswami. We've got Dr. Anjali Agarwal, a resident panelist, a physiotherapist. So you know what? This is amazing. We're going to get some great discussion going on for the mutual benefit of the patients. But let's talk. Let's talk about this wonderful topic: joint aches and pains. Any joint aches and pains. Obviously, my specialty is very much with the spine, but we do the joints of your hands, your arms, your legs, which is the extremities. But you know what? The most common thing that people suffer these days, second to the common cold, as people suffer common colds, second to the common cold is back pain, a very prevalent thing that people are suffering from. People are looking to how to help themselves, to find a treatment for it, to actually do something about it. So that is how common it is. Back pain is suffered by 4 out of 5 people on this earth. It's a global statistic that the World Health Organization has given out, that also the British Chiropractic Association, the General Chiropractic Association have given the similar stats, saying 4 out of 5 people will suffer from back pain at any given time in their life. Now, I would like to tweak it a little bit myself, and I would say anybody who has a spine is going to suffer from back pain or spinal aches and pains at any given time in their life. So it's a very common condition that, you know what, a lot of people ignore it, but there's a lot that can be done for it to avoid future problems. One of the things, and I think Dr. Anukul here and Dr. Amrita yourself also, and lovely Dr. Anjali will agree to this, that the five most dangerous words, the five words, are maybe it will go away. We tend to ignore it. We tend to live with it. We tend to carry on with it and thinking it will go away. The minor aches and pains, they are a signal, they are a sign telling you something. Do something before it gets worse. The preventative philosophy, the preventative mindset about healthcare was probably not as widely utilized as it should be now due to the modern day technology and modern day stresses of life. But I think a lot of people do ignore it, and this is where we go wrong. And hopefully, by joining on this live broadcasted channel globally, people will take awareness, take knowledge of it, and actually do something about it. Dr. Agarwal, would you agree with me there?
Absolutely, Dr. Lalit. It's absolutely the right moment approach. We call it strike it right and strike it at the right time. That's
Yes.
when you manage your pain well.
Yes. How about yourself, Dr. Goswami, Dr. Anukul Goswami? What are your thoughts on this? Maybe it will go away.
Kindly unmute yourself, Dr. Anukul. Please unmute yourself. You
You're
have been
absolutely
an orthopedic surgeon, a spinal surgeon, so definitely you must be having a lot of experience of knowing things from other perspective. So what are your thoughts about it? Over to you. Thank you.
absolutely right. Dr. Lalit is absolutely perfect in saying that it'll possibly go away. It is a right approach, particularly when it comes to spinal activity. Because I'm a spinal surgeon, and my entire training was first of all with general surgery, then to trying to figure out much more on spinal surgery. But when I was doing my spinal surgery fellowship in Los Angeles, we used to meet every Saturday to write down on top all the patients that we used to get used to be failed back surgery. And our unit was particularly for failed back surgery. And we used to figure out where is the pain coming from that we used to write on the top. And we used to go around saying this person has had the best of surgery, best of fusion, best of everything, and yet the person is complaining of pain. So the end of my 4 or 5 years of my work in spinal surgery, I was pretty upset because I had come from India to this place. I thought I'll become master in my work. And what happened at the end of it was, my boss said, at the end of the fellowship, he just said, Anukul, you're looking very sad and depressed. I said, yes, I came back. It took me just about 2 months to get the mastery in my skills. But now I do not know who to operate on because nobody seems to be getting better. So he says, you're absolutely right. For that reason, when I started working in my spinal fellowships, at the end of spinal fellowship, I did not do any spinal surgery for 4 years. And yet the things were being done. So I went into, so that remained as the question, where is the pain coming from? So one of the best sentences I ever got to know from Kirkcaldy Willis, who discussed the concept of degeneration in the back was, if anybody knows where the pain is coming from for a back pain, you should be shunned away, both as a clinician, as a friend, and a colleague in every possible way. And interestingly, I'm one of the members of the Back Pain Research Society. We had exactly the same meeting that after 50 years of Back Pain Research Society, where are we? And we are nothing great from whatever that particular Kirkcaldy Willis statement is. That there's much more to just pure tissue related issue because I was doing endoscopic surgery and my main interest to question was where can I put the knife to get the thing sorted? And it does not work out that way. It just doesn't work out that way. So it has to be much more global. So obviously I do something more differently. I'll talk much more about it later on. But Shravanam Maranam Nididhyashanam. In other words, you're going to listen to it very carefully, discuss about it very well, try to understand your lacunes, and it is much more global. And I was talking to Amrita in the morning today, the same thing that happens that we are we have to move away from the Newtonian concept of medicine to much more global, which is what you call the quantum concept, that we have got to move away from that particular. So, going to take many things into account. You're perfectly right. All the best. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that was wonderful. You mentioned this Kirkcaldy Willis. Is it the same gentleman who's written the two radiology books? I think it's the same gentleman you're talking about. He's a radiologist. Is that correct?
No, he was an orthopedic surgeon, but he is the person who discussed the disc degenerative changes. I'm talking of 1920s.
Ah,
Kirkcaldy Willis, but it was very, very. You're absolutely right. He used to be doing. Did a lot of radiological studies as well. That's true.
uh, I remember studying his books on radiology, which was the Kirkcaldy Willis radiology, skeletal radiology is what he had printed out. One of
Yes,
the
yes,
top books, the best books for any radiologist who wants to look at pathologies and look at the normals and compare them. Wonderful author. Yes, his statement is also wonderful in saying, look for the cause of the problem rather than just
that's right.
treating it. Wonderful. That was a very, very wonderful concept that you brought in, Dr. Anukul. You know what? There are some different ways which I have personally experienced treating the lower back or the spinal aches and pains or joint aches and pains. And you know, a lot of people believe, and I'm talking about massage therapy. A lot of people believe that massage therapy is a luxury. Now, I disagree with it. I think it's a necessity. And we're going to be talking to one of a very much a specialized massage therapist, a sports therapist, a football coach who implements his work with muscles and how he reduces these aches and pains, or even when caused by a sport, how does he treat them? So we've got a wonderful gentleman with us here, Ron Seal. He's an expert with his hands, working on the muscles of the joints of the body and healing people. So welcome on board. A global namaste to you, Ron, and welcome on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all well.
Yes. So we'd love to hear from you, Ron, as to your specialty. And you've been doing marvelously well coaching football teams, treating the football players, and also helping patients get better. So, from your perspective, what is it that you are trying to do to help people with these joint aches and pains?
So, from my perspective, yeah, obviously as a sports therapist, a massage therapist, it's all about, trying to help people kind of have their body in optimal condition, in tip-top shape. So basically from the muscle perspective, we're looking to have like physiological changes, such as, improved blood flow, improved circulation. We're trying to reduce muscle tension and stresses throughout the muscles. And you can't really look at joints as, just bones, two bones connecting at a joint. There's other tissues, soft tissues attaching into the joints as well, such as tendons, ligaments, and the muscles also attached there too. So by us targeting our muscles, through massage and, deep tissue treatment, the manual therapies, we can basically alleviate pains that you might be feeling in your joints from, other areas around your body, such as your muscles,
Okay. Now, Ron, one quick question I want to ask you. Besides the sports injuries that you treat and the causes of joint aches and pains through sports, what are some of the most common type of conditions that present to you?
To me, I deal with a lot of osteoarthritic patients, whether that, rheumatoid arthritis as well. A lot of sciatic patients, people with postural issues, a lot of desk-based sitting. I deal with a lot of elderly who kind of have lost a lot of muscle mass or bone mass, due to old age, but also a lot of young footballers as well, who get their sporting injuries, such as, your ankle sprains, your knee sprains, these lower extremity injuries that I deal with also. And yeah, kind of working with, younger children as well. We deal with a lot of growing pains and children that really have tight muscles that haven't quite caught up to, the growth of the frame of their bodies.
Wow, that's wonderful. So you're talking about a wide range of age population that you see, from younger children to the middle-aged with sports, postural ailments, to the elderly with what you would call arthritic, osteoarthritic, rheumatoid arthritic joints. So there's a huge range of population that you see. Is that correct?
Definitely, yeah. From the very young all the way to the very old.
Sure. And now, when it comes to massage therapy, a lot of people think it's hands, and you rub the oil and you do a little bit of chopping on the mat a little bit of thumping on the back and maybe pinching a muscle.
Mhm.
Is that exactly what it is? I mean, how do you do it therapeutically for the benefit of the patient? Maybe you can share some different techniques that you use.
Yes, definitely. It's very dependent on, you know, the person I'm seeing, what they're presenting with. For example, if I'm doing a massage for pre or post sport, it's going to be quite high intensity. You know, obviously we will use our effleurage techniques, which are your more smooth, fast-paced movements to kind of improve the blood flow to the area, improve your lymphatic drainage system, and those techniques kind of warm things up, make the muscle more pliable, get things going. Then we start to use more of our percussion techniques known as tapotement, where you do get like your hacking, you know, your chopping, your cups. These techniques kind of provide energy for the muscles, so they're good for like activating the muscles and preparing people for their sports or for their event. And then post event, we're looking for more deep tissue stuff. We're trying to basically flush out, you know, the toxins and lactic acid build up in the body that might be there, and basically just help to bring through fresh oxygen. So basically fresh oxygen, fresh blood flow, and aid with their recovery so they can get back to performing again at a high level. When it comes to more of the middle age, you know, the kind of the working population, you know, who might be coming to me for, you know, a lot of desk-based sitting, a lot of time sitting down or hunched over with the wrong setups for work. We're looking at more deep tissue massage. We're really trying to get in with some kneading effects, you know, trying to release muscle tension, get knots out in certain areas. You know, often you do present in the same areas: upper traps, upper back, shoulders, neck tends to be, you know, the most common cases. And then when we get high into patients such as osteoarthritic or, you know, rheumatoid arthritic patients, it's a lot about working directly onto the joints. You know, we're trying to soothe the area, we're trying to relieve any muscle pain that might attach into those joints, as we were talking about before, but also that helps to release synovial fluid in the joints, and this is basically just like a lubrication in the joints, helping it to move more freely, glide more easily, and that basically, you know, treats some of the symptoms people might be feeling when their bones are, you know, arthritic and rubbing against each other.
Sure. So, you know, this is what a lot of people perceive, that you're just rubbing on their hair and the back. But a lot is happening at a physiological level. A lot is being changed. A lot of it is being worked on for the body to function better. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Now, there's also some of the things that I read on your profile, Ron, that you also use various different techniques besides just your hands. There's a technique called cupping. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How does that work for, say, for an elderly patient who's coming with joint aches and pains? How does cupping help them?
So for an elderly patient with joint aches and pains, I would use cupping, kind of on the musculature around the joints, not directly onto the joints. Cupping basically is like a suction effect, which helps to release any adhesions in the muscle fibers, helps to really get into fascia, which kind of coats muscle, and just getting into this soft tissue with the suction of the cups helps to, you know, release that muscle tension and can ease aches and pains for many people. There are different techniques you can use with the cupping. You know, you can cup onto the muscles and just leave it there and allow the blood to be kind of drawn out, any stagnant blood to be drawn out into the cups. But then there's also a sliding cupping technique where you can slide the cups kind of along a larger muscle belly, and that really helps to, you know, get into those muscle fibers and kind of iron out the muscle as such.
So it's where you hold on to the cups to the muscle, and then you'll end up with those wonderful bruised circular patterns or patches on your back. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. They can.
Ron, that is something that people worry about. Oh my God, I've got bruises on my back. Is it normal to feel that?
Yeah, I mean, the cupping bruises, they can, you know, linger around for up to a week. But yeah, it's just kind of blood bruising. it's never really too painful for most people. But yeah, often you might see many athletes, you know, particularly in the Olympics or, you know, even at the highest level, that they all get, you know, stuff like cupping done and massage and treatment done, and you all see these kind of bruises all over their backs and their shoulders and such.
Yeah. So if you were to tell our viewers, now just to let you know, viewers are a global audience. They're logging in, signed in from various different parts of the world. So we would really like maybe 2 points that you would want to share with the audience globally about the benefits of massage therapy. 2, maybe 3 points, whatever comes to your mind. About 3 points. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like massage therapy is very holistic. So people may often, you know, think that it might just be, oh, you go on holiday, you know, you might just have your relaxing massage in the spa. And obviously, yeah, these massages are good, but you know, massage can have a really, you know, important effect on your day-to-day life, you know, can affect you, you know, in the long run, especially if you can have regular treatments. It's really important to look after your muscles, making sure they're in tip-top condition. It's okay coming, you know, to get treated once you are, you know, in pain, or, you know, you have an issue going on in your joints or your muscles, for example. And yes, you know, massage can help to alleviate this and treat this. But if people can often, you know, treat massage as something as an essential, you know, part of their daily, not daily routine, but their lifestyle, then I really think that they'd feel the effects of this. You know, I'd often kind of compare it to, you know, going to get an MOT with your car. You do that on an annual basis to make sure your car's in, you know, the best condition, running optimally. You should do this with your body as well. You know, regular check-ins, regular treatments, make sure your body's working at the best of its condition, and then you'll reduce the effects of having, you know, problems down the line.
That's wonderful. Ron, just hang on with us because I have a couple more questions, but I would like to bring in Dr. Agarwal from India. She's a resident physiotherapist, and I would really like her view on what you've just said on the benefits of massage and how the other part of the world, I believe Dr. Agarwal is based in India. Is that correct?
Right, Dr. Lalit.
Yes. So that part of the world, do we all share the same thought process, Dr. Agarwal?
So, being a physio, my viewpoints about massage therapists would be a little varied form.
Sure.
Was I would generally think about the structural integrity of the skeletal system, how, because your muscles are attached from skeletal joints to the joints. So if your skeletal system is operating well, so your muscles would definitely have the facial integrity to perform well too. So that's what, but massage therapy definitely would help in cases of sports therapy and cases of managing acute pain, which has come immediately to manage any kind of sudden pain after a session of gymming or workouts or any kind of activities which are accumulating more of lactate or lactic acid induced workouts. So I would say it would really help in those cases. Yeah.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you for that point of yours, Dr. Agarwal. Coming back to you, Ron, couple things I wanted to ask you was, when you're massaging a patient, is there a time frame that we would like to have a massage session for? Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Anukul, yes, I've seen your hand raised. Just bear with me 1 second while Ron addresses this particular question, and then we'll get into your comment here.
So regarding time frame, is that for one session?
The time length of a session, does it have to be a specific time length, or how does that work?
So yeah, I mean, depending on the muscle group and the size of the muscle group, I would kind of, you know, from my own personal experience, I spend about 15 minutes per muscle group, you know. So depending on, you know, what's being treated, if we're doing a full body or whether we're doing, you know, just the back or a small portion of the body, then it is dependent. However, I would definitely recommend kind of at least an hour massage, you know, for targeting the full body is necessary, just so that you are spending enough time on each muscle group and each area to get the best physiological effects.
Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Anukul, you had your hand up. You're unmuted. That's wonderful.
Yes.
What's your viewpoint on this?
Absolutely. In fact, I want to take some advice from Ron about there. I get lots of patients with chronic pain, huge
Mhm.
number of patients. So that's what my spinal surgery work, most of them get around. Of course, many of them have fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, multiple sclerosis, and a whole lot of other problems. Now, interestingly, there are a proportion of people who benefit immensely with the massage therapy, and there's a small proportion of people they say that it's gotten worse. Now, in the very first sentence that you said, there's something very important you said, and that's where I want to actually extract the material out based on the person and what we saw. I think the very first sentence you said,
Mhm.
depending upon who I'm seeing, then I decide what type of treatment is going to do better.
Mhm.
Now, it is there I want to really target and figure out who would be the best person to going for what, and my basic interest is to figure out the mental makeup of that person, because
Mhm.
that's where I want to work on as to what aspects of the physiotherapists, other people very often say pain avoidance behavior. Now, if you expand the word pain avoidance, pain is a huge subject by itself. And pain avoidance behavior, you got to figure out what the pain is all about and how the behavior of the person is being changed based upon what is the thing that is causing the pain. So
Mhm.
these two aspects may be something that I would like to draw your information from.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely with massage, there are different ways of treating, many different things. However, I would say particularly the general thing about massage is when you are working on someone, the sensory effect of having that touch with a person, the regardless of what they're kind of going through, giving them that kind of mental relaxation, and something called the pain gate theory, where you're taking your that sensory action that you're giving them is taking their brain, is distracting the brain away from the pain that they might be feeling with whatever condition they have. So yeah, obviously massage can help everyone as a general effect, but also yeah, particularly let's say people coming with stiffness or frozen shoulder, for example, in that joint, being able to directly work into those tissues can also alleviate, pain for them, being able to provide that range of motion. But in addition to that, a big factor for pain is inflammation, and the pressure that the buildup you get in certain parts of the body or joints, for example, due to inflammation, is a big cause of pain. So being able to flush that inflammation out, reduce it with massage, does tend to help also.
Dr. Lalit Sodha, if I may come in over here.
Yes.
Global namaste to you and namaste to Ron and Surgeon Anupul. It's getting exciting. So now social media is asking some questions.
Okay.
This one I like because it's a question that has been asked in a different format. So Frederick from South Africa wants to know, as does others who have asked, but in a different way, backache is something that's common to both the genders and anybody, anytime. There is no particular cause that is identified as such. Frederick is asking a nice question. When you get a backache, and it is the answer for UK will be different because first person you go to is doctor. But those who are private, when you get a backache, who should you consult first? A physiotherapist, a massage parlor, a chiropractor, or a spinal expert? Lovely question. I like this. So where should we point them? That when you get a backache, who is the first, if you're going private, where should you be spending your money and who should you go to? Now, let's go around the table over here and ask each one of you. So Dr. Lalit Sodha, you go first.
Aha. You're telling me to go first.
Yes.
You know what my answer is going to be, Mr. Neil Kumar.
Well,
I'll tell you what. I will only address that question with a question to Mr. Frederick in South Africa, that if you have the car mechanics that have gone wrong, where would you take your car? You would take it to a mechanic. Well, let me tell you one thing. Chiropractic is dealing with a lot of biomechanical back pain. So really, if you are in doubt what is causing your back pain, why you're getting a backache, then go to a spinal mechanic And I would like to say, as a chiropractor, we are viewed very much like spinal mechanics. How do we treat them? So I think, Frederick, my view and my 5 stars would go to a chiropractor to suss out what's causing your back pain.
And it's not no wonder that Dr. Lalit Sodha is a very senior chiropractor. So his word goes that go to a chiropractor first, maybe then he can refer you where it is. Ron, you are a sports expert besides being a physio and everything else. If somebody came up to you and said, I've got a back pain, are they coming to the right person? Are you the right person initially to come to?
I would say if you come to a competent therapist, you always find your way to the correct care. A lot of people, can come to me and I can treat, issues that they present with. However, in my personal experience, being working in a chiropractic clinic as well myself, I would definitely direct them to go into a chiropractor so they can kind of evaluate the whole of their back pain holistically. And then from there, you can kind of be, referred to having some massage alongside their chiropractic care, their treatment, take whatever x-rays might need to be taken. And yeah, for me personally, I would say a chiropractic would be ideal.
So Frederick, even the second one says chiropractor, he mentioned the word holistic. This is where integrated care comes as well, because chiropractic is both mainstream and holistic as well. So maybe, look, we are pointing somewhere towards, and people are loving this because this is a specific question everybody wants to know. Let's go to surgeon, our spinal expert surgeon over there, who is both orthopedic and a spinal surgeon. Anukul, who should they be going to first? Do you get them first coming to you?
That is a fantastic question. Interestingly, I practice in USA and as well here in UK. The big advantage I have in UK is the appointment time to see me is anywhere between 9 months to 1.5 years. So by that time, quite a few things have been settled. And when I ask them exactly where the things went and what they do, usually if they have been lasting for a long time, one of my first questions that I ask is, what did you do first and what benefited you most? Because fundamental point the answer is no single method is accurately perfect with the management of back pain. And every kind of therapy and every kind of management has a contribution towards making it better. But not any one system can be said that this is it. Now, when I practiced in USA, majority of time, now I practice with the organization called the RAND Corporation. We're basically working out where the insurance money should be spent so that a particular type of treatment can be benefiting most. You'll be quite surprised. Majority of patients had undergone surgery, they have undergone physiotherapy. And in the RAND Corporation, what they found was a large number of people who were there, and I went and visited them, was that many of the patients who had been to physiotherapy surgery and all, they ultimately came to osteopath or chiropractors. And they were benefiting from that. And many on this side were also benefiting the other way around. So many people had been through but by and large, I must say that in USA, the tendency is to go more for osteopaths because they include a lot of massage and other kind of things. And over here, it is my preference is to go for chiropractor. But usually I say how long they've continued with it, because what I have now started using is the word physical therapy.
Yes.
And physical therapy is fundamentally a surgeon like me. I mean, I get flabbergasted with that we do a surgery fine, but ultimately patients get better not because of our intervention. We do one part of it, but majority of things are done by the physiotherapist or the chiropractor or osteopath, somebody who's doing something physical. And I'll give you two very simple examples. We had booked a lot of patients for surgery on the back, and I'm talking of endoscopic spinal surgery. That's where my super specialty comes from. And in the endoscopy, we basically try to target one specific area of the disc which we can intervene and figure out where the pain is coming from. And you'll be surprised, we had chiropractors and osteopaths. And chiropractor, we used to get biofeedback mechanism. We used to use electrodes into the extensor muscle of the spine, transverse abdominis, and various other muscles. And we used to get the feedbacks and the EMG studies. And what was interesting was at the end of, they said, let us come and have a look at your patient and said, let us see what we can do. Because our procedures were expensive for the NHS. So they did the work, and you'll not believe it, 70% of our surgical list was taken off. So I said, there you are. I mean, look at that. Now, we do not know what they did, but they taught the patients how to get the biofeedbacks, work on the pain mechanisms, etc., and they got them better. Similarly, it happened with subacute decompression surgery for the shoulders. Huge number of people get selected for a decompressive procedure in the shoulders. So fundamentally, it's the posture, how you work on your muscles, and so many other things. But in reality, if it is me, I always would go to physiotherapists. I will ask them, or a chiropractor, or an osteopath, somebody who can do physically, and they can say very quite clearly that I think this is where you need the surgeon's assessment as well. And
Thank
that's
you.
where we come in and we'll say the things are better. So I would possibly go for physical therapist. I also must say there are few setups. I must give you a small warning, and that is about I'm a medical legal practitioner, so law is one of my major part of my work. And one of my dissertation work was exactly this, that we all tend to work within our silos, which actually should be broken up. And it is lack of that silos, which produces that the silos actually produce lots of bad care. So people should get together, work coordinately, and this particular forum will give us an idea as to how we can all work together to get the best approach for the patient. And that silos is the cause of the majority of breakdown of the care. Don't forget it. There are 40 through 43 subspecialties in orthopedics. And one person does not talk to the other person. He will let, I just work with my hands. I don't work on the foot and ankle. And guys like me have exactly done the other way around. I've done my general surgery and did everything in orthopedics, and did spinal surgery, and also back to this everything in orthopedics. So by and large, I would go to anybody who does physical therapy and say, tell me what you can do. When you can't do it, then we'll work out our own ways.
Thank you, Surgeon Anukul. So the surgery maybe is a last resort for both people like chiropractor or physiotherapist. Anukul brought osteopath there as well, so we are expanding our horizon. Lalit Sodha, before we come to you, we just want to take opinion of our super consultant who is a physiotherapist there in Hyderabad. Dr. Anjali, who would you refer, or who do they come first to you? What should be the line of action for both men and women? Over to you.
Thank you, Neilji. Global Namaste. But I think the majority of my patients would come to me directly. Reason being because they don't want medicines. They don't want to be bedridden. They want to get back to sports and running and doing all their work independently. As far as postpartum mothers are concerned, they also want to be out of pain soon so that they can take care of their babies, because of which they also have back pains. So majority of the times, the pain can be physiological, pathological, neurological, structural, so many aspects to pain, infection-induced pains. So as a physio, we definitely rule out the several mechanism of lower back pains or shoulder pains or ankle pain or foot pain, just biomechanics of the person walking into the room. So I've been known in Hyderabad to prevent surgeries. So Dr. Anukul, you did mention one thing is we are bringing down the surgical rates for all our orthopedic surgeons. And most of the orthopedic surgeons refer to me patients just because I want to avoid surgeries. So my first bet is to not make the person just bedbound, get them active, get them moving, and sort out the basic needs for them to be active enough to go get back to leading a healthy lifestyle. That's the most important thing. But addressing nutrition is also one important aspect which I look at. Nutrition deficiencies, again, play a very important role in the structural health of your bones. Also, the mental health of your condition of your health. So, if your mental health is challenged, you'll always think about pain, and that is also coming because of nutritional deficiency. So, we look at several aspects to pain management. So, I would say they come to me, that's fine. Then I kind of, point it out and have a team with like orthopedic surgeon, then Dr. Lalit, like chiropractors, massage therapists. We all form a team and we can always refer them accordingly as per the patient's requirements.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anjali, for those people who are connected to us on the YouTube, Facebook, our website, and other social partner mediums. So this is the answer so far. We are pointing both to chiropractor and physiotherapist. Surgery should be a last option over there. Dr. Amrita Sharma is someone who believes very much in integrated care and health. What do you think should be the line of action, and who should we be going first to?
Yeah, I think a lot has been answered for this question. But when patients with back pains come to us, uh, general history is very important. First of all, gender is very important. Females have very different kind of back pains that can be related to urinary tract infections, to reproductive health, to vaginal health, to a lot of other things, anorectal problems. A lot of things are involved. Stress-related backaches are very common, as Dr. Anjali mentioned. Nutritional deficiency, calcium, vitamin D3 deficiency, iron deficiency has been found to be very big cause of lower back pains in many girls, adolescents, as well as women. And your lifestyle in one way has also made a very big difference in creating back pains of different kinds. So when patient approaches to us, the history becomes a primary guider that will guide a patient. So in Ayurveda, we have an integrated therapy called as Panchakarma, where we give all the massages of different kind of oils, as well as there are different kind of treatments which are given, clubbing up with the. We also have a physiotherapy college next to us, so we club up the sessions with Panchakarma and physiotherapy together, which has marvelous results, along with the medications that are required. And based on that, if there is a surgical intervention that is required for an individual, we refer the person for the surgery. So it also depends upon place to place. In India, the scenario is very different. There are vast amount of patients with lower back pain. They don't have money. They are very poor, and especially females with unavoidable pregnancies and with so many infections. They mostly have lower back pains, nutritional deficiencies. If you find in women, a lot of women and girls are anemic and they've got low back pain. So there are huge amount of reasons for the lower back pain in individuals that we need to address when we consider all these things, factors, and then we guide what should be the line of treatment.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita Sharma. That was an integrated care health there. Dr. Lalit Sodha, shortly we'll be going to Gary and Tony just for a while. You can now put your comment and let's say a nice thank you to Ron. So over to you, Dr. Lalit Sodha.
Thank you very much. So I think everybody has touched on the essential points that we need to, but I believe in one thing: when a patient comes, a thorough consultation, a history should be taken that is telling you whether you are the right practitioner or not. A thorough examination based on orthopedic neurological findings. Chiropractic examination is slightly different. We do that. Based on the examination, we then decide if there is any testing procedures that are necessary, whether it's a blood test or an X-ray or an MRI. Now, based on the consultation and examination and the report findings, whether it's X-ray, blood, or MRI, that will determine a lot where the patient should be going. So, Frederick, if you're listening, this is what 3 things are essential. Go to a primary healthcare practitioner. They will do these essentials. They'll consult with the patient, examine the patient, do the relevant testing procedures, identify what the care is or what the cause of the problem is, and then treat it accordingly. So obviously, biased opinion, as I'm a chiropractor, I would say come to a chiropractor. But yes, the reality is go to somebody who will be able to guide you the best way and then refer you to the appropriate therapist. And I think that in a nutshell, everybody has said the same thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this fast takes us to our next 2 wonderful guest speakers. We've had Ron, who's a super specialist in massage therapy, and Ron's going to share some details on the messenger or the messages on Facebook as to how, if anybody wants to connect with him, they can connect with him and take advantage of his services. And he's got, I'm sure, a coffee with a massage. I think, Ron, am I giving that away?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So, guys, do get in touch. Before we say a wonderful goodbye to you, Ron, I want to say a massive thank you from Healing Our Earth. And the last tip from you would be, if anybody wanted to contact you on Instagram or something, what is the best link for them to connect with you?
The best way to connect to me is through my business profile on Instagram, which is rstar.ig. So that rstar.ig on Instagram. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and have a lovely Sunday afternoon. A global namaste to you, Ron.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now we have got these two wonderful individuals who are actually patients at the chiropractic clinic, and they would love to share their experiences. And I'm going to go back and forth to each one of them. There is a lovely gentleman here, Mr. Tony Jones, who's been a chiropractic patient, I believe, I don't want to give away the number of years, but for a long time. And we have Gary Maloney, who's also a wonderful patient at the clinic. So, Gary, I'm going to start with you with your first question. First of all, a warm welcome on the Healing Our Earth, a global platform that is spreading health, wealth, yes, wealth in many ways, in knowledge, in experience, but health, wealth, and love, and lot of peace and lot of communication globally with a lot of people. So, welcome on this wonderful online platform. And Gary, the first question comes to you is, how long have you been going to a chiropractor?
Can you all hear me okay?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Audible.
Oh, great. I didn't know whether I was on mute or not. So good afternoon to everyone. Namaste. I have been a patient kind of on and off really at the chiros. Obviously, yours, Dr. Sodha, for probably the best part of maybe 4 or 5 years. But I've been consistently going for probably, how long would you say? About the last year and a half, isn't it? Oh, longer. Yeah, I'm just asking the wife because she's much better with times and months and days. So, so I think it's been about 2 years now. But for me, my kind of back and my history starts way back from kind of a very young teenager where I was suffering with my back. It's almost like a hereditary thing. My mum has back issues. My older brother, my older sister. So when I was young, there wasn't many different things available for backs at the time. Obviously, as time's gone on, there's a lot of other things out there. I think just to kind of speed it up a little bit, where I am at now is pretty much over the years, apart from an operation, I have tried absolutely everything on my back. So we're talking sports massages, we're talking physios, osteos, acupuncture. I've pretty much done everything my whole life, and I think the only thing I can honestly say hand on heart that works for me is East Coast chiro practitioners. I think for them, seeing them regular, when I first started seeing them, I think it was about twice a week. Then we slowly brought that down to once a week, once every 2 weeks, and now once a month. For me, I have a very, very busy, active lifestyle. So I'm in the gym 6-7 times a week, very physical, a lot of heavy lifting, cardio, work-wise, I've got 3, 4, if not 5 jobs. So it's fair to say I'm on the go a lot. But for me, I've found, seeing a chiro once a month, and also every now and then I will have a deep tissue massage. But I think I more lean towards the chiro because I think the adjusting side of it for me is what really helps. Because my back, over the years, I've had lots of MRIs, I've had X-rays. There is a bit of deterioration on the discs. There's bulging discs, L5, L6, S1. But I think a lot of it is muscular and very much the sciatic nerve. But I will say now, I'm pretty much pain-free. I do still take medication. So I'm prescribed cocodamol, which I take if and when. So most days I will take them. But my quality of life now is probably percentage-wise is around 90-95%. And when I went back to East Coast and first started seeing them, it was probably 15-20%. So I do owe them a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Gary. That's wonderful. But lovely to hear a few comments that you've actually made. You've been to acupuncture, you've been to different forms of therapy. And this is for the global audience also, that you know what, sometimes some therapy may not be suitable for the type of body that you have.
Yeah.
So guys, it doesn't mean that that's a good or a bad therapy. It's just something that hasn't worked for you. It's like,
just
when
personal.
you're trying different antibiotics and they're not working for that particular infection, and you try one and it works. So great. I think it's also very nice to know that patients have the options of trying various different therapies to find out what's actually working for them. So thank you, Gary. Stay there. Stay there, because I want to come back to you again. But we have this wonderful gentleman, Mr. Tony Jones, who's also been a chiropractic patient for many, many years. And if I can get a viewpoint from yourself, Mr. Jones, as to how chiropractic has made a difference in your aches and pains. Because I know one thing, you run a lot, you cycle a lot, you're a physically very active person. And with that activity level that you have, just like Gary has, the byproduct of that is aches and pains.
Yeah.
How do you deal with them?
Yeah, well, just a little bit of background. Similar to Gary, I had sort of back problems developing from sort of 17 onwards, mainly shoulder and neck. We used to just call it, you've slept awkward and you've got a really stiff neck, and usually sort of 3 to 5 days it would improve. But over the course of the years, as years went by, it became more frequent. I started to suffer from like really bad headaches and migraines, like literally every week. And it got to the point when I got to 30 where my neck locked up, the shoulder locked up, like frozen shoulder, like tingling down the arm. The arm was going dead. And it was like an emergency, really. I didn't even think of going to the GP. I just thought I need to find a chiropractor quick. So it wasn't Dr. Sodha at the time, but that was when I was 30. That was 25 years ago. I saw a chiropractor intensively for 5 years. And I was going, at first, having to go 3 times a week just to release the back every week and the shoulder. But as time went on, it probably took about a year really to be, I mean, I was in a lot of pain when it locked up as well. And it probably over the course of a year, I could feel it improving, but the pain would always come back. So it was regular appointments, three times a week, 2 times a week, and it dropped down to once a week, and then twice a month, and then we got it down to once a month. And I've been once a month for probably the last 21, 22 years. 20 of those years, I think it's been with Dr. Sodha. So, and I wouldn't, if I have to miss a month, which I very rarely do, I can't wait to get back there, just because I know that if I leave it longer, I'm going to start feeling issues again in my neck. I haven't probably 21, 22 years, haven't really suffered from any really major recurring headaches. They stopped within a few years of going. Very rarely get, well, I wouldn't even say I get a migraine now. Don't take painkillers at all. I have to be a little bit careful with my posture sometimes, because that can irritate my neck. Also, my job, I work in engineering, so my neck is like down quite a bit, so I have to move around quite a bit to keep my neck free. But yeah, I am very active. I did do a lot of cycling from the sort of teens up to 30, 35. And then I had children, and it just got less and less. And then when I turned 50, I decided to start running again. And I did a little bit of running previously. And well, as Dr. Sodha would say, I got obsessed with it, and it sort of went from a little bit of running to a very lot of running. And without going to the chiropractor, I don't think I would have been able to achieve what I did achieve from running, and just keeping my back, and not just my back, like mental health as well. I can go into the chiropractor just feeling tense, feeling depressed sometimes, and you come out, it's like it's been lifted. And that's one thing I've tried to sort of tell people about when people say, "Oh, it's all that money, isn't it? Just on, you know, your back and that." I said, no, it's not. It's like I don't regret a single penny I spent on my back, because it's sorted out a lot of other problems as well. So I mean, I also had another problem, which I did go to like NHS GPs about, which was I had a lot of acid reflux, and it was around about the same time. But I never thought for 1 minute that it was ever connected to my back. So I went down the other route of going to GP. I had endoscopies, I had barium meals and MRIs, and they basically said, unfortunately, it's the shape of your spine is pushing against your esophagus, and it's probably something you've been born with, and it's just progressively getting worse. And when I started going to the chiropractor, obviously the main issue was my neck and my shoulder. So I kind of put that on the back burner and didn't really think anything was going to happen about that. And I don't even think I mentioned it at the time because I didn't think it was going to be able to be resolved. You know, they said it was genetic or, you know, whatever. But as the years went by, it actually improved to the point where I'd forgotten about it. I'd forgotten it even had the issue. And it had got really bad to the point where some nights I couldn't sleep properly because it felt like I was almost choking on the acid reflux. And touch wood, I don't have a problem with it now. It's completely gone. And it was becoming a real problem where I was having to take medication for it. And it was really uncomfortable for a lot of the time. So that was a byproduct that I never thought would become, you know, sorted by going to the chiropractor.
Thank you very much for sharing these wonderful thought processes. And thank you very much for saying quite a few good things that you've said. And the thought processes here from both these lovely patient comes is look after yourself. It's not just the one thing that's going to do the trick for you. Keep hydrated, keep active. That is the big thing that the British Chiropractic, the association, the World Health Organization are promoting is motion is lotion. Kind of keep moving, keep active, keep your joints moving, keep adjusted and correct your posture. So it's wonderful to be constantly reminded of keeping a good posture, being active, eat the right food. So health and wellness and joint aches and pains, let's understand, it's not just a one-way street. It's not only one thing that's going to get you better. It's a combination. And you hear from these patients that this is something that you need to keep doing all the time because it's not a one-off because we use our joints every day. You need to look after them too. Mr. Jones, Tony Jones, and Gary, you guys have been wonderful, but I still have a couple other questions. Mr. Neil Kumar, you've come on board too. Did you have a question you wanted to ask us?
Thank you, Dr. Lalit Sodha. Tony, Gary, welcome to Healing Our Earth family. Both of you have been very open and nice about it. Tony, you mentioned you've been with Dr. Lalit Sodha for a long time.
Yeah.
Is it Dr. Sodha, the chiropractor, or is it the holistic person who actually heals you? When you enter the clinic, what do you feel? Is it his aura or his expertise? I would like to know.
It's definitely.
I'll pay you for this, Tony. I'll pay you for this.
I do like Dr. Sodha's positivity and his outlook. I think we definitely sort of get along very well in our similar outlooks to life. But no, it's definitely his expertise. But not only Dr. Sodha's, I've seen other chiropractors and osteopaths there. And like I see Dr. Sodha the majority of the time, but if he's not there, I'm happy to see any of the others. So it's not just a personal thing in that sense. It's just I've been with Dr. Sodha for so long. And also my children, they've been through Dr. Sodha as well, just for general health checks, and they've had a couple of issues along the way. They're now 23 and 20, and they come and go as and when they need to as well. So
your confidence, Tony, your confidence has built and rubbed through your children as well. And this is what I'm getting at, because at Healing Our Earth, we believe in integrated care as well, you know, involving mainstream with holistic methods as well. So thank you, Tony, there. Gary, your comments on the same question. Is it Dr. Sodha, the chiropractor expert, or is it his aura and his holistic method and the welcome that you feel when you visit him? Over to you, Gary.
Well, it's a little bit of both, but I will say very similar to like what Tony said. You know, my last session I was in a few days ago, I saw Dr. Sodha, but before that, I mean, I think I've seen absolutely everyone in there. And I know maybe some people have a certain preference for someone, but not just saying this, I feel comfortable and confident with any person I see in there. You know, the names escape me now. I know Kevin, I see him quite a lot, but a few of the ladies in there as well. And for me, they're all good at what they do. And, you know, Tony touched on it as well. It just amazes me that people will be like, oh, you know, I tell everyone about, you know, the chiros and Dr. Sodha and everything down in East Coast. And when I tell people in the gym, like, oh, yeah, but it's expensive. And I think, what the amount of money they're spending when they're going out at weekends and then they're in the gym every day and they're complaining about their shoulder, they're complaining about their back, and they're limited of what they can do in the gym and out of the gym, but yet they won't spend a little bit of money on the chiros. I find it absurd, really. I think it's crazy. But look, each their own. But for me, I mean, this is a great example because I tell people this and they almost don't believe me when I say it. But my back went last year, and it's the only way I can really explain it. When it goes, it's sciatic nerve, I collapse and I'm in absolute agony. So I cannot walk. I'm on the floor. I'm screaming. I'm crying. You know, I'm not embarrassed to say it. I am, you know, Tony touched on depression and your mental health, which is a big part of when you're suffering with pain. You know, my back has been something I've dealt with for the best part of 30 odd years. But on that particular time, the week leading up to when my back went, I went and had acupuncture. I saw a physio, and again, I'll say what Dr. Sodha said. This is just personal for me. That's not to say, you know, physio wouldn't work for anyone else, but I got dropped off outside the East Coast practitioner, right? And I got carried out of the car. I was on crutches, and I think probably moments before I got out of the car, I was crying. Even now, I can feel myself going back to that point and welling up. It's crazy how it's even made me feel like that. But I remember my wife trying to carry me in. I was on crutches, and it's almost actually unbelievable. But after one adjustment, I actually walked out with the crutches under my arms. And I mean, it even gets me going now because, and it's like what Tony touched on. I've always said that sometimes when you get adjusted and stuff, it's almost like a release, and you almost feel like it's like a euphoric feeling and emotional, and all these things kind of happen at once. But for me, it's like, I don't exaggerate when I say it. I think it's life-changing. And I just, you know, I tell people, you know, anywhere and everywhere I go, like yesterday I was at a festival all day, and my wife, every kind of hour or 2 hours, is your back all right, babe? Your back's fine. We always have painkillers with us. We've always got the car nearby, but I'm finding more and more often now, I can go to festivals and dance all night. I can go out for an evening. I can go and watch the football, you know, do a long journey in the car and get back. And actually, I can wake up in the mornings and I'm not crawling out of bed in agony, which for me, I mean, you can't really put a price on that. The fact that people would be concerned about, and I get it, look, not everyone has spare cash. I get that. You know, times are difficult now. We're in a cost of living crisis. But I just think to myself, with something as severe and chronic as pain should be, I mean, it's one of those things that you really want to try and get some help for. But for me, the chiros has been amazing. The other thing I'll just touch on very quickly, Dr. Sodha, because you said about what works for some people and doesn't work for others. For me, ice and cold has never, ever worked for my back. But what I do every evening, without fail, is I have a roasting hot bath, and I lay in that bath for a good while. And for me, that just kind of relaxes my whole body. And it's my time to chill out and relax, because other than that, I'm on the go. I'm ADHD. I'm 25 million miles an hour. So it's a time where I kind of relax, chill out, and also just calms all the sciatic nerve and the pain down. And for me, the chiros and heat, and if and when I need a bit of pain relief, I will take it. I prescribe cocodamol, and a lot of people are like, no, you know, anti-painkillers and everything else. But it's what works for me. And by doing those three things, it means the quality of my life is so much better. Then I'm more than happy to do it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Gary. Sorry, Mr. Nilkumar. I'm just going to interrupt a little bit. Thank you for sharing that, because, yes, you're very right. It's very individual what works for patients. Sometimes, as you said, cold packs and cold therapy does not work for you.
No.
So again, for the audience, it's very important to know that these things are available, and we've got to do that to experience it and to then see what's working for us. So thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful. Yes.
And Tony and Gary, thank you very much for sharing your, like Dr. Lalit Sodha says. So here, those people who are listening to us on social media and partner channels where we are beaming live right now, remember, don't suffer in silence. If it's persistent, go to your chiropractor. Here are two testimonies from two people from our resident expert, Dr. Lalit Sodha. And if you like to know where his clinic is and what it does, here you go. You just connect to this, what is being shared right now, the chiropractic clinic. And there you will be able to meet the resident expert, Dr. Lalit Sodha. You can call, you can contact via email, you can connect, and there is the clinic over there. So,
Thank you.
Lalit, this is very beautiful. Now, whilst Gary and Tony, you were talking about your experience, Surgeon Anukul Goswami, who is over here, was also listening, and he's got comments. So, Anukul, go ahead. What were your comments?
In fact, what I wanted to ask you is exactly what you asked asked Tony about. In reality, it is just not what you call when it came to the reflux that Tony was getting. It comes as a gastroesophageal reflux syndromes. This gastroesophageal reflux is often related to the type of diet you eat, and that's why I was going to ask: did you change anything else other than merely the chiropractic component to it, or was it also the other how you had changed your various other attributes, your physical activities, the type of food, the type of sleep patterns? So usually they are very much more meant to be holistic. And I'm sure I just wanted to ask you that: did you make any other changes?
Yeah, no, at that time I made no other changes. No, I was just eating the same, drinking the same. Everything was exactly the same, other than I started going to the chiropractor for the back and the neck issues and the shoulder issues. And I just noticed over a course of about 3 years that it drastically improved. Yeah.
Yep, that is one of the reasons why I often send many of my patients who have got neck pain and headaches in particular. We call it a cervicogenic headache. And I was going to ask Dr. Lalit Sodha about whether I also have many of the patients who have got associated dizziness and so vertigo and things like that. And for them also, it is interesting that how some of the chiropractors often use even acupuncture treatment for management of the occipital neuralgia, as we call it. So usually I add up amitriptyline with them, but also I use it to the chiropractor. Please try out whatever you can to address the cervical vertigo, as well as cervicogenic headaches. So it's fantastic that you've been able to do all that, Dr. Soda. It's much more learning thing for me, which I always believe that to be true, because many of my patients would say that I went there, the chiropractor gave me this thing, and also some acupuncture treatment along with that, and the neurogenic pain and the occipital neuralgia were resolved. I said, fantastic. So we don't need to give amitriptyline anymore. So that's the way it is.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
Surgeon.
And the same thing.
Thank you, Surgeon, for your comments. And we're going to come back to you. We're going to have plenty of chit chats and round the questions as well. What we'll do now, Dr. Soda, let's go to Dr. Juliet Hobson, who is from the chiropractor care, just from your field and what we've been discussing. So, Gary, Tony, thank you very much. Stay around if you can, because we can ask more testimony later. Or take it away, Dr. Lalit Sodha, and over to Dr. Juliet Hobson.
Thank you very much. A wonderful, a massive thank you from Healing Our Earth to Gary Maloney, to Tony Jones for joining in today, sharing your testimonies, your journey with chiropractic care, and how wonderful it's made you feel. But thank you very much. And as Mr. Nil Kumar, our producer director of Healing Our Earth, said, if you can hang around, do so. We'd love to hear a few more comments from you. That'd be wonderful. But once again, a massive thank you from myself and from Healing Our Earth to both of you. So
Thank you very much.
On to a lovely chiropractor who's been in practice for over 15 years. They've been saying gender. We've been talking about gender. Chiropractic is not male dominated. Well, it is, but we have a lot of very, very wonderful female chiropractors who are giving such wonderful treatment to the population out there. In fact, they have a very different approach, a different angle, a very empathetic, sympathetic approach to patients' needs, patients' cares. And this is where we are going to be talking to this lovely chiropractor who's been in practice in the field for over 15 years. A mother herself of three lovely girls, a young-looking Juliet Hobson, who's a chiropractor, and she's going to come and share with us her views of how she works on patients and what she thinks how joint aches and pains can be managed in a human body. So, Juliet, a very warm welcome on this global online platform, Healing Our Earth, and our normal greeting and a welcome would be a global namaste to you. to welcome you on board. Juliet, welcome.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you for that wonderful welcome. I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah. Now, Juliet, this is lovely. You know, people, there was a question from a South African gentleman earlier. He was talking about patients from any gender, male or female, or the other gender, wanting to visit for their back pain. Who should they contact? Now, we're talking about a patient, but now we're talking about a chiropractor from a female gender. From a female perspective, share your thoughts on being a chiropractor.
Well, it's interesting you're throwing it at me like this. I don't necessarily see it as as the patient choosing necessarily male or female. I didn't necessarily always think about it like that. I just went into my profession, but knowing that women have often been in the healing and medicine realms, put it like that. They often have a propensity towards it. So I guess I've been drawn to it somehow. And that's how, I do what I do. And I hope that, I bring that to the table. Definitely with female patients, those who are female, I can empathize, I guess, more with what they may be going through because I am female myself. And that definitely would help. But that doesn't mean that I would favor a female patient at all. I very much view the way I treat to zoning into the patient and who they are at that particular time. So yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Juliet. However, I think being a female, being a mother, being a housewife, being a practitioner yourself, you can understand those body joints and aches and pains that another mother
how they creep in.
who's coming in with you from your similar background. So you can obviously relate with them a lot more.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
So what sort of advice are you giving to these patients who are suffering from aches and pains in their joints, in their body, in their spine? What sort of some of the advices that you offer to your patients?
A lot of my advice goes around posture awareness when people are carrying out their activities, whatever it is, whether they're in the home or whether they're out and about, whether they're in the office, whether they're driving, and whether they're enjoying their hobbies or whatever activity it is, then I give a lot of advice regarding posture so that they're aware of how their body is moving. Yeah.
Good. So advice on posture is also very good. Are there any specific testing procedures that you go through when a patient comes to you to identify what the causes of these joint aches and pains would be?
Yeah, massively. So if they're coming in with a specific joint problem, whether it's their shoulder, elbow, or wrist, or whether we're talking about hips, knees, ankles, feet, I will specifically do the range of motion probably for that joint that they're actually presenting with, so that I can look at that, see if there's any changes in away from having full range of motion. And then I'm going to do some assessment of that joint as well to work out exactly what is wrong with, or what is going on with that joint as well, so that I can then make a diagnosis to then diagnose and give them advice on how to manage it going forward. So as well, I would say as a chiropractor, I will look specifically at where that pain is. And it's very important that at that time that I do focus on exactly that point that they are coming in with, and so that it's made sure that it's definitely safe for me to treat them, and that it is definitely a mechanical problem at that point in time. And then if it's not, and if there's any chance that it might be something else, that they are referred to the correct practitioner if they need medical care, for example. So there is very much a safety aspect of it when they're first coming in, and I'm very much focused on that. But once I have got to that point that I know that I can treat that particular area, I will also look around the area. So if it is a shoulder problem, it may be at the base of their neck, or it may be out in the shoulder joint itself, for example, if I'm talking about that. Now with that, I'm also going to be thinking, okay, some of this may be neck related, some of this may be upper back related, and even elbow related. And then there are lots of different aspects even within the shoulder. So if I have a shoulder problem, there are different joints within the shoulder. There is the joint right at the top here. So we have where the clavicle or the collarbone meets the sternum here, and we also have where the collarbone meets at the top of the shoulder in here. So there's the joint there, and then we have the big glenohumeral joint, which is the actual ball and socket shoulder joint, which may, for example, be presenting problems as well. And that's the other thing, that even with anything that's upper body, I'm actually will take into account the whole of the upper body when they are presenting, so that I can work out whether the pain is actually being generated or being affected by another part as well. So if there's restriction in the neck, that will affect the shoulder, and therefore we would address that. Of course, around the shoulder, there's a lot of shoulder muscles which are involved, and of course, patients do a lot of work at home on their own often, if they are gym goers, on the muscles themselves. And that's where often patients are very aware often of what's going on, but actually they may just need more shoulder stabilization, for example, and that's where it roots back down into the low back. But also you have a lot of respiratory muscles going on around, the shoulder joint itself as well. But I'm focusing a little bit more on shoulder here, but just as an example. But a lot of the time, it is generating back from the neck as well. So I'm looking at the whole of the upper body. I'm focusing on the joints and making sure, of course, that it is a joint problem, because primarily that's where chiropractors can get in. Working with the bones, working at that bone level, of course, with the muscles as well, but ultimately we get in at the bone level there, and at that joint level. And this is why I'm talking about. But also, just moving on a little bit, I need to take into account, for example, if there are any other underlying causes or other underlying conditions that patient may have that may be affecting that joint. Is it just that one joint? Do they have it on both sides? Are they having joint pain in other areas, for example? So therefore, if it is more of a global body joint type of problem, there are many conditions now that more people are aware of, and there's lots of information now linking in with what you were talking about earlier, to do with it's not just your physical pain, it's your mental pain as well. And so conditions like fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, other conditions, rheumatoid arthritis, any inflammatory type of arthritis, they need to be, of course, diagnosed properly, not through chiropractic care. And this is really important. But then we do need to take that into account, because we do have an understanding. Even osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis is a normal wear and tear process, but actually we are getting to know this is quite a complex condition, and it's just so common, and it's going to affect how well you get better, how quickly you get better, if you have osteoarthritis or if you do not have osteoarthritis. And also lots of other things will lead to conditions such as osteoporosis, for example. So I'm going to take that into account as well. I need to be very careful. I'm working with the bones. I need to know the density of the bones, for example. So I need to know a lot about what that patient has gone through. So for me, as a practitioner, as a chiropractor, I very much like to focus what also, that patient has been through. It is not just specifically, oh, I fell and I hit my elbow, or I fell and I fell onto my knee and I went through one trauma. It's not necessarily that. It's often things from years ago, and then that builds up. And so I do get this holistic picture that people are coming in with here. And actually, it's lovely to hear patients really actually noticing it themselves, that there are all these other benefits that they get when they have their chiropractic care, because it does have an impact ultimately. Yeah.
Good one, Juliet. Just listening to you, it's so amazing that you're going so holistic. You're not just looking at one area, the problem area, but you're also exploring the one area above and below to make sure that particular area is looked after thoroughly well. So That's something that's very, very nice and very unique about Juliet, who just doesn't go to the problem, treat it, and let it go. She'll go right into the condition and research, examine, and
Yeah.
treat accordingly. And I think
Yeah.
that is where the holistic approach comes in, because working with the body as a whole, and I think you do that extremely well, Juliet. What are some of the techniques that you're using to help these joint aches and pains in your practice? What kind of treatments do you use?
Mainly, I use diversified chiropractic technique. That was what my main training was in when I went to college in Bournemouth. I do use some other more gentle techniques sometimes. We use sometimes a device called the arthrostem, especially for conditions if the patient is more sensitive, for example, if they do have, for example, the osteoporosis, or if that joint is actually just being very very tight and it's actually very difficult to get into, then I will use the arthrostem as well. So it just helps to get that impact in there, get it moving that much better, and restoring that range of motion in the joint. I do have a background of doing many other techniques, which I occasionally bring in with the patient depending on them. And sometimes I will use a muscle test, for example, especially with an extremity, for example, an elbow. I have used, for example, AK, the applied kinesiology muscle testing technique, before I then actually adjust that joint, because it's just a way of making sure I'm checking that I'm adjusting the right joint, because sometimes you can't even feel exactly, it's not necessarily that, oh, that's definitely out of place. So it's not something you can see, and often a muscle test will actually clarify that. So it really is going up to the neurological level and using that to test as well.
Wonderful.
It's these, the silent side in the nervous system. So
Wonderful. Now, I think what we have is a panel on my screen here,
oh,
and we
wow.
would love to get some wonderful answers from these lovely people who have come onto the panel discussion right
Great.
now. There's Dr.
Thank you.
Amrita Singh, there's a Dr. Anjali Agarwal, who's a resident physiotherapist. But before we get into them, and while you're all on the screen, I have this question that I'm going to pose to all of you, and also Mr. Neil Kumar, and then we'll get on to him.
Yes.
My question is, in every part of the world, we have very, very legitimate practitioners. And Dr. Goswami, you're also listening on this, so it would be nice to get your viewpoint on it too. We have very good, very qualified practitioners who are very well regulated by their governing bodies.
Yes.
They are authorized, they are properly qualified, and they have been given a license to practice with their competency level, with their oath that they take, that they are doing it for the well-being of the patient. And so basically to say they're all legitimate. Now, one of the things we all do go through in all parts of the world, where there are practitioners who are not actually properly qualified, is the blunt way to put it. And they are practicing. They're chopping people's bones. They're cracking people's spines. They're massaging people's muscles. They're prescribing medication where they don't have a clue what they're doing. So a question to each panel member here would be, how should one, this is for the global audience, how should this global audience find out the right kind of person to go to? So the first question, Juliet, I'm going to pose it to you. How should a patient be inquiring to say that this is a legitimate person, a legitimate chiropractor that I'm going to?
One of the ways is to check the initials at the end of the practitioner's name. So, for example, chiropractor, the DC does mean that they've gone through the lines of qualifications. But ultimately, you can check with the GCC. This
what is
stands
the GCC?
for this stands for General Chiropractic Council, and this is our main registering governing body, and they regulate us. They actually are making sure that our practice standards are keeping updated every year, and they are there also to help the patient, especially as well. so that the care that we give is always being the best possible care for the patient at that particular time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Juliet. Dr. Amrita?
And Dr. Lalit Sodha, before you move forward on this,
Yes.
Because each country has got different rules and regulations,
Yes.
basically, to all the people who are listening, you must do a research in whichever country you are from, approach the appropriate authorities and check out if the person is registered over there. Do check on the website. So I'm slightly diverting here, Dr. Lalit Sodha. First, for Dr. Juliet over here, you can see where she is from and you can read about her. And again, she's from a chiropractic clinic. She is there, she's registered. You can read all about her. It's there, you can call up. So this is the website. You go to the chiropractic clinic over there. So whoever you are in, whichever country you are, you will be governed by different regulation. Dr. Lalit Sodha, if I may, I'm bringing this special women few minutes in the moment because we've got social media asking in a different format, different question. And we will go back to Anukul, who is also from a legal compliance, but we'll go to him a bit later. Bringing back the women over here, Dr. Lalit Sodha, a lot of people are asking question, but Athena in Greece, she's pregnant. She's happy. There's nothing wrong. So congratulations, Athena, from Healing Our Earth. What she's asking is a very nice question. And Anjali actually touched up on this about women and pregnancy. And Amrita will be here because us three men, we can empathize, we can sympathize. But do we really know what women go through? Getting that bump and the backaches and everything. So now we are going to ask questions over here. First question from Athena. She's healthy. She's pregnant, 4 months pregnant. And she wants to know any advice from a holistic point of view and professional point of view from all the women experts over here. What ought to be she practicing on? And what should she watch out for to get a healthy baby and less backaches? So let's start this women, maybe 20 minutes and get the expert women from a different country with a different perspective, from Ayurveda to the physiotherapy to the chiropractic. And let's start with Anjali. So Juliet, you can come in a bit later, and Amrita, you can come in, and we men will just support you here because we can sympathize, empathize, but we want to see what goes on in the body and the mind. Dr. Anjali from Hyderabad in India. Athena, 4 months pregnant, healthy. What can we tell her so she can have a good transition to a healthy baby? Over to you.
Congratulations, Athena. It's wonderful that you've already transited from the first trimester into your second trimester, which is a safe time to start exercising and trying to add in more movements in your life, basically. So pregnancy is a time which you should enjoy. You should be doing basic exercises, which involves a little bit of cardio, which can be walking for at least 40 to 45 minutes. You can meet a physiotherapist or consult a pelvic floor physio to start with working on aligning your spine, your pelvic floor, looking after your tummy muscles so that you're not, not engaging your core. You need to be working on engaging your core so that you can have a very good, healthy positioning of the fetal baby in your uterine. Because many times the birthing doesn't proceed into normal delivery because the baby is not at the right fetal positioning. I think Juliana would agree to it. Dr. Lalit will also agree to it. So the right fetal positioning is the most key important thing, which we will look into the second trimester. Also, listen to some meditative music, also into, harmonious surroundings around your house, eating well, not eating for two. So there's a myth about pregnancy is eating for two. You're eating for yourself, you're eating healthy, and include all the natural ingredients in your diet. It doesn't always means that you're including supplements all the time. It can be, beetroot, pomegranate, everything which is good in nitric oxide, provides good amount of blood flow to the baby. Important posture recommendation is avoid large, big steps while climbing the steps. So you go one step at a time. That's very important. Don't cross your feet when you sit. As a preggy mom, the first foremost thing you would also want to look at is how you are maintaining your bowel health or, urinary bladder health. So don't hold your pee. Whenever you want to go and pee because you are not forcing your bladder into having any kind of infection. Secondly, you're not affecting the pelvic floor. Third important thing is if you feel you're constipated, look at your diet, also look at your position of the spine. And majority of the times, second trimester is the wonderful period because women never have pain in this time period basically. It's always the first trimester, the third trimester, when preggy moms will complain of pelvic girdle pain, pubic symphysis pain, and early onset pain of the lower back pain or the tailbone pain. So engage in some exercises with the advice of your gynecologist or your physiotherapist, and definitely go for simple exercises as of now. I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anjali. So that's her perspective. She is a consultant physiotherapist, but a women expert as well. She carries out a lot of outreaches there in Hyderabad area and globally as well when she's online. Let's go to Amrita in Jalandhar in Punjab. She is our senior admin, senior anchor. She's an expert from Ayurveda, but also Vedic knowledge. Amrita, from a women's point of view, you've been a mother as well. You also teach and guide people if there are any pregnancy issues. Number one, do you resonate with Anjali? Then what are your tips? And then we'll move to Juliet, who is a chiropractor care practitioner. So we get three different perspectives. And this doesn't just apply to Athena. A lot of other people are asking questions about diet as well. And is pregnancy better in certain race, which means certain countries, or is it just general? Every women go through the same motions. So Amrita in Jalandhar, over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yes, I totally resonate with Dr. Anjali. She has put up very key points on thinking about that. Being a mother, I also think that every pregnancy is unique. Every individual is very unique. You have a very different experience, which others might not have. And therefore, it is also very important to take care of certain things as and by your trimesters move on. As the second trimester is pretty safe, and maybe in the last trimesters, most of the women have aggravated lower back pains as well because of the fetal growth and other kind of things. But yes, exercise is very important, and especially you can go for prenatal yoga classes. I also would like to address the question that Dr. Lalit Sodha has asked me about affiliation. So basically, you will come to know about an individual from his affiliation as well as his degrees, where you look and Google into things, which institution is he or she affiliated. So if there is a registered institution, that means they are registered medical practitioners, whether they are physiotherapists, chiropractors, any other practitioner, or medical or holistic grounds, whether even the massage therapist, they are also certified massage therapists. So there would be a very clear-cut mark on that, and as a consumer you have a full right to know about it. And definitely it is very important for a consumer to be aware on these grounds, because consumer awareness and this part has a very key role on addressing what should be my practitioner like and whom should I choose for the right treatments. And this will also come with awareness and education. Coming back to the part of the women, different kind of prenatal yoga exercises are very good, in which you have hip opener exercises, as Dr. Anjali told about pelvic opening, because pelvic strengthening is very important. As your muscles are increasing, the fascia is stretching. So a lot of changes come in all those things. With that, I would also suggest anxiety is one of the very big factors that comes on the way. But before all that thing, gynecologist opinion is utmost important, because based on the sonographic records of how the placental position and the fetal position is going on, and the progress of your pregnancy is, that will make a huge difference in deciding what all kind of works. But definitely light workouts, light exercises, jogging, running, not extreme, but then walking, brisk walking is really very good. Foot massage yourself with somebody else is also really very good. And I also recommend some sesamic oil or cedar oil to be massaged, which has been very helpful for me. I also recommend herbal teas to be taken, because herbal teas have got antioxidants. They are vitalizers, as well as you can use them. And your diet must be more with a fibrous diet and nutritive diet on all panels. Not the quantity, but the quality of food makes a very big difference in all those things, which again may have a cultural diversity debate depending on the place you are and the availability of food and the conditions. And hygiene and sanitation is too important for a women. Most of the women get urinary tract infections, they get vaginal infections, they get anorectal problems because of bad bowel habits, bad habits of not going to the pee for a very long time, or even if you have little bit discharges, you must contact your gynecologist immediately. That can also be a cause of back pain. So if the back pain is very severe, it is very intense, and also it depends upon what kind of back pains. Is it radiating towards the front? Is it just on the flanks? Makes a very big difference on understanding what is the problem. Sometimes the back pain may be due to some other infection. Sometimes it can be stress related, which might go away with rest and light exercises. So watching your pains in your body is also very important guide for healing by yourself. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita Sharma. Alternative view there, but we have agreed that on the third slot of a pregnancy, you will get more backaches. It is biological, so it is normal. If it becomes medical, that means then it's serious, then you must seek your gynecologist or a doctor's opinion. Whatever you do with your diet or something, do seek an opinion. And coming back to how do we establish whether the person is legal and registered, then you contact the state licensing board. Whichever country you are, you've got a state licensing board. They can verify if the person is qualified and their expertise, because anybody can put degrees anywhere and you cannot establish, but you can go to the state licensing board. So this is very important. We are getting somewhere. And now let's go to Juliet from a chiropractor's point of view and pregnancy. And Athena is happy. She's healthy. She's 4 months old. Your tips, Juliet, and what you can talk about women pregnancy. Over to you, Juliet.
Okay, so firstly, I would like just to start right from the beginning and talk a little bit about bone structure. So bone structure of the woman is very different to bone structure of a man. And the main difference actually is the shape of the pelvis. And that shape of the pelvis is wider. Yeah, the hips flare, they make that lovely bowl, and that is for carrying your baby. And that is a beautiful thing that women do. So this is one of the main differences. So therefore we will treat the joints according to that. This is what gives that woman that hourglass shape, whereas the male pelvis is much more triangular. They have the broad shoulders going down to the pelvis. Okay, so this is number one. For the woman to appreciate this and the wonderful thing that it is to carry a baby, or it is a very special thing. And of course, when a lady comes to see us, whether it's in their first trimester, second trimester, or their third trimester, we do adapt our care accordingly. And we will also, of course, take them through the full examination, history taking, and then diagnosis process to work out exactly what it is. Now, where chiropractic comes in is we're very good at treating the joint areas as well as balancing it with the muscle areas and making sure that the nervous system really is tuned in with everything, because it's such a wonderful thing that the woman does. And I think I'm going to keep it quite simple for what I advise to women, but a lot of it is trust. You know, women have been doing this for thousands of years. They've been, and a lot of it is that women have been taught by women. They used to be taught by their mothers. You know, information gets handed down on the birth. So pregnancy, really, the main thing that it is actually all about is preparing you for this big thing, which is the birth. And I think what I've learned through a lot of my training is that obviously there's this thing called pain, and it happens when you have a baby, and it is one of those things that women go through and then they come out the other side. And there's obviously a lot of emotions and sometimes fear and things that come with that. But actually, I think my main point to across to women is to trust the natural body, because the body does know what to do. It actually, it's in the brain, in the, you know, the deep old brains. It knows actually what to do, and to trust that is the number one thing that I would like to get across. And I always help my women in their process of going through that, whatever stage they are. Of course, they may present with low back pain. Yes, I totally agree with what's been spoken about with all the things, diet, all the other advice, and the exercises that you do. These all help you, and you tend to choose whatever you want. And that's the, you know, the beautiful thing. It's all about feeding that woman, feeding her soul as well, and who she is, and who she wants to carry, and who she's going to bring into the world to make the world a better place. But I'm going off a little bit on one. But it really is a wonderful thing, and often it is just a matter of getting the pelvis joints, maybe the pubic symphysis joints, the hip joints, going up into the back. Naturally, the low back will increase its curvature a little more with carrying, and this is a normal, natural thing. And then it's just because the hormones are going around our body. This is the big thing. The hormones are there, you know, and they give us a wonderful feeling. That blooming feeling you get, that's the progesterone. The men don't get this. This is the amazing thing that often, you know, I'm going to go off on one now, but also even for the birth, we produce naturally a lot of morphine. Girls out there, you know, you get a natural shot of a lot of morphine when you actually give birth. And you know, the body does it. It is there. If you're finding it too much, if you go into more of a stress response, then there are people there to help you. And I'm, you know, 100% behind having a medical intervention when it is right, and all the rest of it. But I try to help my women go through the birth as naturally as possible. But that doesn't mean that I will only do that, because it's not about that at all. I very much appreciate that we have a balance going on, and it's what's right for the patient at that particular time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juliet. So look, all three people are saying, don't worry, biologically, God made us so that we naturally know how to take care of ourselves.
Yes.
If we feel there is a medical condition,
Yes.
well, seek expertise immediately.
Exactly.
And then it will help you. And for men, if you want to know how women feel, well, put a 6-pound weight in your belly, walk around for 1 week. Yes. Do a fast circle at 60 kilometers for 1 minute. Stand round and you will feel the dizziness, the nausea, and see if you can sustain. And that is what women go from after 5, 6, 7, 8 months. Am I right? Is that right, Juliet?
Yeah. I mean, it is very much a new weight that is coming in, and it's very much a relationship, you know, between the baby that affects you, and they need to, you know, you've got a relationship going on right from the beginning, and it's going to affect you. And sometimes it hits you quite hard, and that's often, you know, when nausea comes in and you have to really slow down, or often we have a scare, you know, and that can happen. And sometimes it's just bringing you back to yourself so you can rest and you can get in tune again, so that you know that then you're able to carry that pregnancy and carry on from there. So yeah.
So all the men, if you are listening, I suggest you support your partner, whether it's your girlfriend, your lover, or your wife. And if they are pregnant, don't force them to make you feel nausea or how it feels when you carry a baby. Just support them. Don't try to go and rule them. Just support, because women know what they are going through. Now, Lalit, you haven't been pregnant ever since I know you, and Uncle, you have never been pregnant that ever since I know you. Neither have I, and neither is Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Lalit, do you feel you learned anything from these three ladies?
You know what? I think it is so important thinking from a different gender perspective. And I think that makes a huge difference. And I believe all these three lovely women have a very empathetic mind. Not to say men don't have empathy, but I think women are always more empathetic. And looking at these kind of conditions from an empathy perspective, I think men should develop a little bit more empathy and appreciate. Not that they don't, but appreciate more as to what the females are going through, understand their body chemistry, understand their body, what chemical changes it's going through. And I think you cannot fully understand it unless you go through it yourself. And unfortunately, men are at a disadvantage because they haven't gone through it. They may not be able to fully understand. But all three ladies were so wonderfully, I think, understanding the person rather than treating just an entity. And that's what I learned.
And Lalit, we have got Surgeon Anukul. He has got a comment as well. I
Yes.
can confirm to the people he has never been pregnant before, but I bet he knows enough about women and pregnancy. Over to you, Surgeon Anukul.
I think I'll start with a very interesting. I'm just amazed how much people have gotten everything together. First of all, I must say that I do not know how much of you are involved in the Indian philosophical system, but women is fundamentally equated with Shakti. In the real life comes from women. And while the physical elements is supposed to be Shiva part, the Shakti is the real element of power. So possibly women do not realize the importance of what they are actually. I, in fact, feel rather envious of the fact that they're somebody's woman. That's number one. So the power comes from the real life from women. I wanted to start with one of the things about qualifications now, because I work in that particular field to figure out the biggest thing is concept of safety of the people who you're taking care of. And now the point is the concept in our conventional medical system, we have got used to the concept of peer review research and published research and the statistics and a whole lot of data. Yes, that's fine. And then you get your qualification, that's also fine. But the reality is that the peer review, fundamentally, the way it came across was the fact that you try to take the people who believe in your ideology and thought process, and you have your papers reviewed by them, and they accept, okay, fine enough, we agree with this. It's a reasonable statistical data, and we can accept it. Not to forget that if I am to go to get a good agriculture produce, will I go to a person who has got an MSc in agriculture, or do I go to a farmer? Now, farmer does not have a qualification, but other person has. Now, the reality, who will I go to? I'll go to the farmer. Let me put it that way. Simply because they have got that tradition and knowledge, which is something that cannot be compared to the person who has got a qualification. So the qualification is basically meant to give you the power to say, I'm reasonably safe enough. At the same time, at no part of my life have I ever neglected the people who follow the traditional system, because traditions have not come just casually, but sometimes they get distorted. And so a person like us only tend to look into what are the good parts of it and where other things can go wrong. And you'll be quite surprised very often, because I worked in the peripheral villages. The nearest place that I used to go to while I was in the army was about 11 days of walking to go to work in the peripheral places. And in those particular areas, you'll be surprised. The people always went to the traditional people. They didn't come to, even though I was available free because I was working for the army, I was available free to give the information. But the reality was people always went to the traditional people. There's sometimes things went wrong, but these people do a fantastic job. So our job should be, as a people of in medical field, should be able to take on their particular practices, understand it very well, and yet sometimes we don't understand. You'll be quite surprised. Patients from here, because they don't get access to physiotherapist in time, or they do not get the therapy in correct time. Patients with a lot of stiffness in the shoulder, post-traumatic stiffness, adhesive capsulitis. You'll be surprised how often patients have gone back to India gotten treatment from a traditional therapist and come back fantastic. I said, it's amazing. I don't know, how do you do that? He said, because we would have to take them to anesthetic and manipulate their shoulder, give injections and lots of physiotherapy, and yet these people do. So there's lot to it. So I'm nowhere the master's close to, but I will never ever deny the importance of traditional therapists. Number three, the concept of women hygiene and how it works. I do not know if anybody has read Sinu Joseph, a fantastic lady. She's an engineer in hydraulic hydro engineer exactly. So she has done a huge amount of work on the way the women in India, particularly villagers, their approach towards the women hygiene is. And I was quite surprised. Her research work, which is very extensive research work, has found that women hygiene in in the villages is better off than the people with women hygiene in the cities. I was quite surprised. It's amazing. The reason is how the tradition look at women as traditions in India. They look at women as opposed to traditional approach that people not traditional the approach that people have towards womanhood in the cities. And one of the approaches that in the what do you call traditional concept within the villages, menstruating women are considered respected, and they really cheer when a woman starts having periods first. So the cultural issues is something that's very central to your healing process. Therefore, trust. If you are able to have the trust in the person who is treating is fundamental. So a normal person in a village will always go to the traditional chap and not necessarily come to the doctor first. So if you can establish that trust is a very vital part of my care.
Thank you, Anukul. Yes, trust is very important, as is the holistic part. It's so wonderful that we are sharing this knowledge. Athena seems to feel even much better now. She has picked a lot of points here. And at this point, let's introduce another team member of Healing Our Earth. And he is the lead for the integrated health. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Global Namaste. And what are your tips for joint and aches? Over to you, Dr. Rajiv Gupta.
Global Namaste, and thank you so much. It's so interesting discussion. And I think bones and joints are so important that our whole body is centralized and our weight bearing ability is depending on the bone and joint. The body has got inherent power of healing, and that's why it is so relevant, healing our earth, because our bones and joints, whether it is spine or hips or knees or feet, they are connected to earth, and earth transmit all our weight to and fro through the gravity and also as counterpulse, so that a natural magnetic force exists. And many people do not know that that is a big part in healing. So all our bone and joints are under a constant wear and tear, particularly the joints. Every time we are just putting weight extra when we are walking, when we are jumping, we are doing exercise, even people who are doing athletics, there is constant wear and tear, and this is causing difficulties for the body. But Mother Earth is providing us through the magnetic force to heal it. So that is the first thing I would want to say, and that is connected to our main theme, healing our earth. The second thing is, and this is all scientifically proved, I haven't got time today, but I've written papers on it and I can share with people. The second is also the meridians of the body, and that has got a very important role to play. And all these meridians are constantly having a centralization. And when there is departure from these meridian points, then joint pain start. And therefore, I'm a strong believer that in addition, I'm an allopathic or modern medicine practitioner, and I've done for 30 years. But alongside, I've studied the Ayurveda, the yoga, acupuncture, Tai Chi, Qigong, and these are all important things. And when I was mentioning, I have read and have read paper on also acupuncture. The departure from this can be brought back to normal. And I had a backache, and I have used myself acupuncture because that's quite good in relieving the pain for sciatica or lumbar disc prolapse. Because what happens is that body has inherent healing power, and that healing power diminishes. But when we press these points, and there is a specific form called murmur points or murmur puncture, which is even higher level. And I'm working with a lady, Simi Godama, who does a lot of work on murmur puncture. That can be reset back to normal, and pain diminishes remarkably. This is something which I was not aware, and it does not exist in our traditional medical literature, but in the alternative medicine it does. And the same thing is osteopathy. And as Lalit was talking, that this all chiropractic is resetting the joints and resetting the position so that everything is normalized. Now, this is all when the things go wrong. If you want to prevent it, yoga is amazing, and so is uh, qigong. So then you do these things and you keep these practices so that the joints are lubricated normally, they are well oiled, and therefore the problems become less and less. And that is the preventative aspect. So I think that is amazing. Coming back to the last point of women, women has got more pain tolerance power than men. There is difference in the genetics, there is difference in the hormone levels, and there's difference in the reproductive physiology, which allow women to uh, in theory have more pain and acts, and that's based on statistics. There is more pain in women, but on the other hand, they have got higher resistance to tolerate the pain, and therefore, as we were talking earlier, that pregnancy 9 months of pain, which is there, and having something extra into the body, that is because there is instant bond, which is through the oxytocin and other hormones. And this is proven that brain increases the threshold for pain. And that is why the pain we were talking earlier would be extremely difficult if men have to have that childbearing compared to the women who have got a fantastic oxytocin as well as dopamine release along with serotonin. And these are three hormones which are fantastic. That so I
Thank
think that would be
you.
really on the
Thank you,
question.
Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Wonderful. He covered all the points. I can assure you he has never been pregnant, but you can see because he has got his personal life and he has got experience there. Here is an NHS doctor vouching that women, you are slightly superior to us men. Your pain management threshold is slightly higher than us. You are almost like God because you give a birth to humanity. And Juliet, what a wonderful soul you are. We are very proud of you. Juliet, stay around because Lalit is now going to travel to India to go to Dr. Neeta Vyas, who is a professor in physiotherapy. So what an apt person to go to. And Rajiv, later we will again chit chat and bring in physiotherapy with chiropractic and other alternative methods too, and see how we do before we go back to Rotarian Lal Goyal. Let us welcome Dr. Lalit Sodha. Let us welcome Dr. Neeta there in India and see what she has got lined up for us. And Juliet, stay around and we'll be back with you shortly. Over to you, Dr. Lalit Sodha.
Thank you very much. What a lovely panel discussion it was. And you can see how men are also being a bit more interested in looking after their female counterparts through pregnancy, through other times of life. But it's all wonderful to hear. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Global Namaste. Wonderful to see you. Juliet, you've been wonderful. Thank you for answering these wonderful questions from a very good, different perspective from a female mind. And that generated a good panel discussion too. So we are very pleased with that. So before you log off, but try to stay around if you can. I know you're busy today, but if you can, stay around. A warm thank you from Healing Our Earth, the whole team, and a warm thank you from myself too, Juliet.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be allowed to speak about something I'm very passionate about. So thank you.
Yes, you can see the passion all through and through. Thank you. And here we fly from London, where I am, to the lands of Gujarat, where the waters are pouring in high. The monsoon is there. the crocodiles have come out on the streets. I heard that on social media. I don't know how much I want to believe that. But from London, we go off to India to this lovely, lovely physiotherapist who's been in practice for, should I give the numbers away, 30 plus years. And not only in practice, but has taken it on board to make sure that she has been a head of an institute that teaches physiotherapy to the students, to making sure that her colleges produce the top quality students who can help the patients who need help with these aches and pains of the body. So, a very warm welcome and a global namaste to Dr. Neeta Vyas. Welcome on this wonderful global online platform, Neeta.
Thank you, Lalit. Namaste to all the participants here.
Yes, yes, thank
Very
you.
happy to see all the experts today. I was with you since you started the talk,
Thank
and
you.
I could learn so many new things which were discussed in your talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Neeta, we've got some wonderful lineup of all the practitioners that we've had, people, consultants from a surgeon level to manual therapy, to physical therapy, to chiropractic, to massage, to homeopathy, to Ayurveda, and a lovely physiotherapist also from Hyderabad. So lovely. Yes, we've had a wonderful panel discussion, but we'd love to hear from you. You've been probably in practice for a very long time, and there was a discussion that came up, a point that came up that women do not seek for care right away. Particularly, let's talk about the women who are probably in India, probably slightly underprivileged in terms of finances, healthcare, lack of education. How do you see all that? How do you view that from your wonderful, vast 30 plus years of experience?
Here in India, usually there are persons in rural area and urban area.
Yes.
So it's very difficult for us to talk to the person who is in the rural area. But in urban area, nowadays they have started learning that they should go to a therapist for some or other problems which they are facing. So they are very much, they have good awareness regarding their pain and aches, what they should do and what they should not do. But for the rural area, what we do is we go there in the towns, small towns or the villages, and there we do some skits. So that is, we go for some awareness programs to those villages and make them learn that what is pain, how you should recognize it, and how you should understand, and you should consult the person from where you are in the village.
So you're spreading a lot of education and awareness. Is that correct?
Yeah. We spread lots of awareness for the rural area. Urban area, we don't do much. We do for most of the rural areas, villages, where most of the women, they are illiterate. So, and they are shy to tell about their pains and aches or whatever difficulties they have. So then we go to them, we try to counsel them, and then we can, get their details, what they are for, they want to know it, what they should do it. That is how we do most of the awareness and counsel programs.
That's amazing. Now, is this trained people, as would you say, are they physiotherapists going into the field, or are they just counselors?
Yeah, they are physiotherapists only, the teachers and the postgraduate students. They go, because most of the postgraduate students, they are doing their thesis work. So if they need, they go to those type of ladies. They can collect those details of their study, and they try to express, they try to counsel, and like this, these awareness programs are done, or they do the skit in the village. That suppose, first of all, let me tell you, today it is our World Physiotherapy Day. So happy World Physiotherapy Day to everyone. And that is how we celebrated since last 1 week. Our celebrations are going on, and that is how we go to the villages. We do lots of skits. We make them aware about what is low back pain, what is shoulder pain, what is neck pain, or what gynec problems they can have postpartum or antenatal, whatever. We try to do this type of skits and make them aware, and that is how they come to us for their problems.
Very interesting to know. So before I carry on, a happy World Physiotherapy Day to all the physiotherapists globally. This is outstanding. Dr. Vyas, you were actually, when we spoke on the phone, you said you've been very busy celebrating this World Physiotherapy Day, not just for the day, but for the whole week. And that has been outstanding. Now, this is obviously spreading a lot of awareness, a lot of education for those people who are not aware of things that they should be doing or they have available for them to get done. So you said that today's theme, the World Physiotherapy Day theme, was based on low back pain. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And what kind of activities did you share with the people to make them aware that they should address their joint aches and pains?
See, most of last whole week, my students, they prepared a skit like how they should work in the office, how they should, when it is a woman, how they should do grooming. I mean, here in the India, they do by themselves by just sitting on the floor and they broom it. But now they teach the woman that they should do by standing also. They can, all ergonomic advices are given to the patients that how they should do it, how they should work it, how they should pick up the weight from the floor, or how they should work, their workplace, if they have some problems for their chair, or when they're working on the computers, how they should have their level of the computers and all those things. So that is how we do, and we celebrated whole week in such a way. And
Wonderful.
today we had a walkathon. Today, last day, we had a walkathon, awareing people about what is physiotherapy and why walking is very much needed in these days.
Excellent. So I was going to get into this managing the joint aches and pains through physiotherapy. And today you said you had a walkathon, which obviously you had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people walking, obviously celebrating the Physiotherapy Day, but also establishing the fact that exercise is important to manage your body. So that is one thing you're going through. So if you can shed some light, why is walking so important to manage your aches and pains or to manage your joints, period?
See, walking is very much important because walking itself makes your whole body exercise, and it gives you mobility to your, your all the muscles of your body. And it is only one simple exercise that anybody can do it. If we tell them that you go to gym or you go to this type of workplace to do your exercises, might be everybody is not getting that time, or might be they don't have that much money to pay to the gym programs. So we tell them that walking, you do walking. By walking, you do your cardio workouts. You do, it is one type of aerobic and anaerobic. Both exercise comes in all over, that you go in, you do it, and it helps you to maintain your fitness.
Wonderful. So walking is one of the things that you prescribe to your patients day in, day out.
Yeah.
Now, share with us, with the global audience that we've got on online today, you've been on with your physiotherapy practice from a physiotherapist to a senior physiotherapist to then going into managerial position to managing a college, producing this outstanding students you've got. Now, to install this view with them that health is so vital, looking at the body from a physiotherapy perspective is so important. What are some of the thought processes you've installed in your students that are going to make a huge difference to the world out there?
See, actually ours is a 4.5 years curriculum.
Yes.
So we teach them all the subjects from, we say, anatomy, physiology, pathology, microbiology, all medical subjects, everything. Then the last year is our applied physiotherapy, where we teach them. I mean, they are taught what are active exercise, what are passive exercise, what are free exercise, breathing exercise. Everything is taught to them. We have some electrotherapy modalities. So we have taught them in all those last 3 years, and final year it is applied physiotherapy. We tell them, we teach them practically how they should treat a patient. But only one thing I tell my students, that you become a skilled therapist where you can use only your two hands, which is much more needed for your patients, because the touch you give to the patient properly will heal them. I mean, your part of their healing is done through your touch. So that is the one thing I tell my students, that skillful therapists are always important. Even if you don't have any modalities, any other things with you, you can treat any patient with your two hands by doing, I mean, manual therapy. You can give some exercises. You can do MFR, that is manual, I mean, myofascial release. There is one type of massage only, what you were talking prior to, I think, the person, sport therapy person. That is
Right.
what
Yes.
we do most of the time, and we tell our students to go on this path only and
That's
work
very
on the ethics.
That's very interesting, Neeta, because we had Dr. Anukul earlier, and he mentioned also there was a question that came up that when you have a back problem, Frederick from South Africa was asking this question, and he said, and Dr. Anukul said, well, one of the things you want to do is actually contact a physical therapist. Physical meaning
Yeah,
physical, hands-on
physical.
therapist
Yeah,
who's
that
actually
is
going to
I heard.
identify what the problem is.
That is, I heard him, because when a patient comes to us, we do a thorough examination of that patient,
Yes.
that what is clinically, what pain he has. It is not just like a doctor has referred to us and we just take him by giving some modalities or exercise. No, we thoroughly examine him, and then clinically we relate the things, and even we see the MRIs, X-rays, what problems or what problems he has, and then we treat or we plan the program for that particular person. If he's in spasm, we give him MFR, and then we just give him ice therapy, nothing else we do it. Or by chance, if we do use interferential therapy for the analgesic doses we use, and within 2 or 3 sittings, patient's spasms are gone and he's back to his norm.
Very interesting. And Dr. Anukul will try to get you into this little discussion, if that's okay with yourself. How wonderful it is to see that from a surgical perspective, from a consultant's viewpoint, where physical therapy was so important. And this is from a senior management personality of a college campus who is producing students, teaching them the same thing, physical therapy, how important it is. So, Dr. Anukul, tell us, give us your viewpoint on this, Dr. Vyas's points that she's telling us about.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vyas. I mean, it's such a informative information, bit of information. The human touch is central to recovery. And it is, I must confess that in the NHS, sometimes it does happen the patients go to the physiotherapist and they give a printout of a few sheets and then give it to them and say, you continue with the exercises. And let me tell you, all patients say, I don't want to have something like that. And that is central to recovery. Your physical touch is so important. And that's why I very often say, if you have some bit of money, please send it, go to a chiropractor, osteopath, something. Now, in the NHS, such a thing is usually not meant to be said. But I said, see, you have tried it for a length of time. If you feel uncomfortable, then it's all right. But all the NHS people do not necessarily incorporate chiropractic and osteopathic treatment. Some places have it, some people don't have it. But since I work in the private sector largely and also medical legal work, I do encourage that people, now you have already tried enough of physiotherapy. Let us see if we can send you to chiropractor or an osteopath, whatever it is. Now, the fact remains that it's a question of not the type of therapy that matters, it's also the relationship with the practitioner. And if you are not able to develop the right rapport between the two ends, you really may not be able to get it. And in that relationship, as central as the person is, the patients invariably say that somebody heard me, and they just did not ignore my statement. And in that, hearing is central to, I said right in the beginning, Shravanam, Mananam, Nidhyashanam. The point is, you've got to understand them, you've got to imbibe it, and not to be judgmental. And that's what my major core that I tend to follow. I do not make any judgments right from the beginning. I just hear, and hear. And from there comes the answers. Then I sort of see how they can connect it to various parts of my mind. And they'll say, let us see where we take the particular person to. So physical therapy, central to recovery. And that is why one of the reasons why digital health and telemedicine is not going to work completely by itself. It might work only after you have done all that initial bit of preparation, and then the person has. I do not know if how much everybody's aware of narrative based medicine. We have evidence based medicine before. Then we have got something called value based medicine. The third is narrative based medicine. You go to understand what the person wants, and based on then say, all right, let us take it and work from that end. Once you're able to get that particular kind of contact with the person, then you will say, let us work together and see how we can benefit it all. But the person has to take charge. My main importance is to be able to get the person, the patient who has come to your help, say that you take charge. I'm going to give you all information as you want. Now you can take on and go ahead with life. And that's the way I believe is a very good approach, a better approach. I would always be happy to learn from somebody else.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much, Dr. Anukul. This is outstanding coming from a consultant viewpoint who's actually said so true about the exercise handouts that are being given and no physical touch. The power of healing comes from your hands, and the energy that comes from your hands, nobody can beat that. So, yes, there's a lot of, I think, revamping that we need to do in the physiotherapy department, particularly, I think, in the United Kingdom, where I think there should be more hands-on approach. Very good. Thank you for sharing that wonderful comment. Now, Dr. Anjali from Hyderabad, another lovely resident panelist, a physiotherapist who's been with us all through the beginning of the show till now. What is your viewpoint on this wonderful Dr. Vyas from Gujarat?
Oh, lovely, ma'am. I think she's almost like my professor or teacher. And I'm so happy and glad to see her on this show. And happy World Physiotherapy Day, ma'am. So
Thank
it's
you, same
lovely
to
to
you.
connect with you. Yeah. So she's doing a wonderful job of, actually putting everything as a kit for people in the rural village, because it's easy to communicate at their level and they will be able to grasp what she's able to tell those people. So enacting that there's a low back pain, any kind of a skit will help these women, especially in the Anganwadi areas and all tribal areas, to come out and, seek help in the right time, in the right moment also, because many of them just will be suffering and they are not just being vocal about their pain. So they're just being told it's a hush topic. You're supposed to suffer with pain and just don't talk about it anymore. So thank you, ma'am. Whatever you're doing is excellent. I think I should definitely come sometime to your area and look after some of the things.
Sure, you are welcome anytime.
Thank you.
Dr. Vyas, what hospital are you at exactly? Please, can you tell us, or the institution?
Sorry. Yeah, Lalit. Basically, I was working with one of the renowned hospital, Vadilal Sarabhai Hospital of Ahmedabad. I was a principal in the College of Physiotherapy. I worked there for nearly 43 years.
Oh, wow. I said 30 plus, it's 40 plus.
And then I started with one of the government college there here in Ahmedabad only. It is Kidney Institute, where they wanted to start a transplantation rehabilitation for the transplant programs. So I started that program and I worked there for 2 years. Now I'm on the advisory board of so many colleges and all those institute, but I'm going for part-time working as a professor at one of the college, where I only teach postgraduate and PhDs, do seminars for PG and PhD students. Lalit, here I want to tell you one thing. Thank you, Dr. Goswami. But I just want to tell you one thing. I was there in UK, I mean in London for a few months. I'd worked in NHS for 1 month and in one private anatomy where I used to see patients, and I know that the patients they are called only twice a week in London, but here in India we call them every day for continuous 10 days. One thing, and second thing, in private, I know when I was working there in one of the private anatomy, because of me, the clientage had increased because I used to talk to them. I used to make them their confidence. I mean, they would feel confidence that no, they will be getting they will be relieved from their pain and like this. And so like that, I was working in one of the anatomy there. And here also, we tell our students, first you gain the confidence of that patient. So patient will talk to you everything. He or she will become a friend to you and tell whatever things they have inside. And like that, you can also treat them psychosomatically and help them to get out of those pains and aches. That is how we are working here in India. And then
Dr. Nita, we are going to come back to you. Stay around because you made a good comparison. Let's go to Meeta. She's live there because it's Ganesh Chaturthi. It was yesterday. She's there with the mayor of Guildford there. Global Namaste, Meeta. You are with the mayor of Guildford and you are at the Ganesh Chaturthi there. Maybe
yeah, so I'm actually with the mayor of Woking.
Yes, she can maybe come and enjoy.
Yeah, so I'll just go to her. We are on our way to Visarjan from Surrey Hindu Cultural Association.
How wonderful.
So we will be now driving to the lake where there will be traditional band playing the dhol. And
yes, very good. Let's have a bit of a view. So just want to tell the people who are watching at Healing Our Earth, we always go live with festivals, whichever festival they are, whether it's Diwali, whether it's Christmas, whether it's Navratri, because we are connected globally. In the middle, we always go live. Nita is there. She's there in the hall where there is Ganesh Puja going on with Ganesh Chaturthi. That's the mayor of Guildford there, I think the councillor. Yes, she's here. Hello.
Mayor of Woking. Mayor of Woking.
Yeah, mayor of Woking. Hello, councillor. How are you?
Mayor of Woking in Surrey.
Is that Councillor Luis
So,
Morales?
yeah, Luis, what was your experience?
Yes, it's been a lovely afternoon visiting the Hindu Cultural Association here in Woking. And we're just about to go off to a lake with Ganesh. Yes,
and
yeah, it's going to be lovely, I gather.
And
Councillor, is so beautiful that we celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi all over the world. The Sanatan Dharma, which is the religion of Indian, which is culture as well, rather than just religion. Ganeshji is an auspicious start of every Hindu occasion. So thank you for supporting it, and it's wonderful to see you beaming with smile and infused with energy.
Thank you.
And this is going to be Louise's first experience of Ganesh Visarjan in Ganesh Chaturthi. Her husband is from Colombia, so she is quite multicultural anyway.
Wow, and you can see that she's beaming with smile with you there, Meeta.
You can show the mayoral.
I was going to say, I have my car badge for my mayoral car, which we're going to put on Meeta's car, and this is my Colombian badge to be a little multicultural as well.
Yes, I'm driving in my Ram Pyari.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Okay, Meeta, you enjoy yourself, and a happy Ganesh Chaturthi to all of you, and have a lovely Visarjan.
And I would like to introduce Ritesh. Ritesh, come here. You are live on a program called Healing Our Earth. The producer is also producer of Diwali on Trafalgar Square. His name is Neil Kumar. So this is Ritesh with me. He does major work for Surrey Hindu Cultural Association. Ritesh, say something about your, how do you organize this festival and what is?
Oh yeah, Ganesha is our trademark festival because Ganpati is like our guardian god, and it's a very special time of year. So you can see the community, like it's going to be very festive now. Thank you for talking to us. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meeta. Meeta, and we'll come live to you back again after 1 hour when you are at the Visarjan, okay?
Yeah, so once we reach there, I will, you will, if you have time, we can go live again.
Thank you. You can put your landscape on and we'll connect to you after an hour. Take care and have a lovely Ganesh Visarjan. Well, there you are reporting live from another part of London over there. So Dr. Lalit Sodha, Dr. Neeta Vyas was making a very good point that when she was here in United Kingdom a while back, here the people don't get as many opportunity for visit, where in India she encourages on a long-term visit so that 10 days maybe could give a better time to analyze and help and guide. Is that right, Dr. Neeta Vyas?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So, Dr. Lalit Sodha, it's nice. It's nice that we've got a different perspective. Dr. Neeta Vyas, I believe, is in Gujarat state. Is that right?
Correct. From
And
Ahmedabad.
she mentioned very clearly they actually run outreaches in the rural areas.
Correct.
Where people may not be that educated. So, Dr. Neeta, do you feel because when you go, do you think they open up to you and then discuss better than as opposed to some city hospitals or men? Is that right?
Yeah. What it happens like when we go to those villages now, those ladies are illiterate, and when you talk to them, they feel very shy. They will not even talk to their mother-in-law or any of their sister-in-law. But then gradually what we do, we try to become friendly with them. We talk some other things without all these physiotherapy or medical terms. But then gradually when we talk to them, we become friends. Then we say what problem you have, then how you are coping up with those problems. Then they will start telling that they have this they have backache or they have knee pain or they have some gynec problems. So then we advise them what they should do. If it is a backache or if they have knee problem, we try to help them out. But if they have some gynec problem, we just refer them to our PHCs and some of the clinics nearby where they can go. And many times I send my students with them to talk to their doctor, so at least they feel safe that they are not they are very much with the safe hands in the medical programs.
Okay, Dr. Lalit Sodha, maybe we can wind this sector because shortly we are going back to India again, where our senior anchor, Rotarian Lal Goyal, is waiting. So what a wonderful session we've had, Dr. Lalit Sodha. What a lovely producer you are as well. What are your thoughts so far?
I think it's been a wonderful session with a outstanding discussion from all the guest speakers we've had. I think to sum it up, we know one thing, that physical therapy is the way to go first. Get to the right person who will be able to guide you how to treat your joint aches and pains. Don't give up, persist, persevere. Keep hydrated, keep exercised, keep nutritioned, keep looking after your body. And only you have one chance, you have one body to look after, so don't ignore it. Forget those 5 words. Maybe it will go away. It won't, it will haunt you. So I think we've had some outstanding contribution from Dr. Anukul as a consultant surgeon within the National Health Service, and obviously having such vast experience with the number of years he's had. We've had Dr. Neeta Vyas. We've had a resident physiotherapist from Hyderabad. We've had massage therapy. We've had chiropractic, and we've had this wonderful patient testimony. So I think all in all, a Sunday afternoon well spent to gain some knowledge, to spread some knowledge, and also to be celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi. I think that was very nice to see the mayor coming on board. So all in all, a wonderful session, a global namaste to all speakers, to all the audience who is out there online. Mr. Neil Kumar, this was an outstanding session from my perspective. I think let's see what the audience has to say.
And Dr. Lalit Sodha, of course, today is the World Physiotherapy Day.
Yes.
The organization, they've already got 600,000 physiotherapies related people in that organization. and one of their main theme today, this today was lower back pain, which is what we covered, which was so beautiful. So, Dr. Lalit Sodha, say hello to Rotarian Lal Goyal over here, who is the producer for the next hour. He is producer of every episode at 9 o'clock Indian time till at least 10 o'clock Indian time on every Healing Our Earth. You two, of course, know each other via internet. So let's welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal, and let's tell people who he is. He actually is the founder and the chartered president of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and now he's a vibrant president because it's a new title that he achieved, which is so beautiful. So say hello, Dr. Lalit Sodha, to Rotarian Lal Goyal.
A global namaste, Dr. Rotarian Lal Goyal. It's a pleasure to see you once again on this wonderful Healing Our Earth platform. A warm welcome from the Healing Our Earth to you, and from myself to you. But hey, we share the same hat. I love that.
Thank you very much, and global namaste to you, Dr. Lalit Sodha. Global namaste to Neil Kumar and the team. And Dr. Lalit Sodha, although we spoke to each other when he was visiting Mathura last time, and I think it was a holy time and we could not meet. But this time, whenever you are coming to India, please let me know in advance. So we will see to it that we can meet each other, and we will be able to plan something big for our Healing Our Earth. So
I look forward to meeting you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sodha, for the compliments and for the cap of which we both are wearing the same.
I like that. I like that.
Okay.
And we've got a wonderful panel, Dr. Lal Goyal. We've got a wonderful panel. Dr. Anukul Goswami is there. Dr. Anjali is there. Dr. Supriya Khandelwal is also there. Most welcome on Healing Our Earth, Dr. Khandelwal. That's a very, very nice guest contributor. I love that.
And Rotarian Lal Goyal, just before you go ahead, say hello to Surgeon Anukul Goswami, surgeon for orthopedic and spinal surgeon, and Dr. Anjali Agarwal in Hyderabad. She is, apart from many expertise she has got, she is a consultant physiotherapist as well, who both of them will be your panel here as well. After every 5-10 minutes of your guest, we will have a round chit chat over to you. So Rotarian Lal Goyal, let's welcome Dr. Supriya Khandelwal in India. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and we're most welcome, and global namaste to Dr. Anukul Goswami as well as Dr. Anjali Agrawal and Dr. Supriya Khandelwal, whom I can see on the screen. And today is a very happy day because the world is celebrating the World Physiotherapy Day. So first of all, happy World Physiotherapy Day to all of you, to all our viewers, all our participants. Today we celebrate all the incredible physiotherapists who are transforming lives through their work. World Physiotherapy Day, observed annually on September 8th. This year, the theme focuses on lower back pain, empowering prevention and elevation through physiotherapy. Lower back pain is one of the most common health challenges worldwide, but physiotherapy can be a true game changer in both prevention and management. With the right guidance, physiotherapists help individuals regain strength, mobility, and confidence in managing their back health. Movement is the best medicine for lower back pain. Physiotherapists empower people by promoting exercise, mobility, and manual therapy techniques that alleviate discomfort and prevent further issues. Through education and personalized care, they help individuals take control of their well-being. Let's recognize the critical role physiotherapy plays in promoting a healthy, active future. After all, a healthy body is a happy body. So welcome all of our panelists in the show, and I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Dr. Supriya Khandelwal. Dr. Supriya Khandelwal is BPT, BSc, MPT. She is the pre and post ortho rehab specialist. She is the head of the Department of Physiotherapy at Maa Saraswati Hospital, Mathura. Dr. Khandelwal did her bachelor's in physiotherapy from IPH&H and master's in physiotherapy from Sanskriti University, Uttar Pradesh. She worked in RBTB Hospital, Kingsway Camp, Delhi, Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, Delhi, Physiotherapy and Health Center, Delhi, and Nayati Super Specialty, Mathura, before joining Master Swati Hospital, Mathura. She has experience of more than 17 years in the field of physiotherapy. Welcome, Dr. Supriya Khandelwal on our show. This show, which is under Healing Our Earth, is every Sunday. Their shows is for about 4.5 to 5 hours, telecast and broadcast on different media channels around the world. And the main person who is doing this service is Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, dedicated on doing on all the different topics whatsoever is for the betterment of human and thus the society and the nature. So Dr. Supriya Khandelwal, being the today is a physiotherapy day, congratulations and to you for on this very, very auspicious day, as well as we all are celebrating Ganpati in everyone knows in entire India and everywhere in the world now, wherever the Indian communities are there. So and you being a pre and post ortho rehab specialist, we would like to know your views on this very, very special day, that is the physiotherapy day. Dr. Supriya Khandelwal, please.
First of all, Radhe Radhe to all, because in Mathura we always grace everyone by Radhe Radhe, and good evening to our international guests. Actually, in Ma Saraswati, we are doing pre and post orthopedic because it is a simple specialty center where we are looking after pre and post orthopedic cases, and lot of like now today's our topic is also back, knee and body and joint aches. So I will share you something about these points. Like most of the, like in Mathura, we are looking after patients which are housewives, and the male persons are also in, like they have shops, they have small scale businesses. So people having a lot of neck pain, joint pain, back pain, and Dr. Lal already said that today we are discussing about back pain. Back is our specialty today. So I wanted to share something. I made one short PDF and videos which I want to share with you all. It's very basic physiotherapy. So we are promoting, I am here promoting very basic physiotherapy, which is very helpful. So the 3 joint we are covering today is neck, shoulder, back, and knee.
Supriya, your presentation seems very good and very apt. Can you maximize the screen so we remove the left taskbar? So we just see the full screen, please. Over to you, Supriya. Thank you. If you could unmute yourself, perfect. If you just remove the left taskbar and unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. So these are 3 joints we are.
Yes, please go ahead.
So the main cause of the pain is tightness and weakness. Tightness is changing exercise routine, overuse of muscle, physically inactive for a long time. And now the weakness point is lack of exercise, injury, aging, and muscle injuries. So how to fix these pain, like the massaging technique, the strengthening exercise, the postural correction, and so these are the techniques which I wanted to discuss. Am I audible to all?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I have divided things into 3 parts. The main cause of the ache is the pain cause can be treated with 3 things: massaging technique, strengthening exercise, and postural correction. The massaging technique are very basic, which you can do in your home, at your workplace, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working. And the strengthening exercise for the betterment for the long term. And for the postural correction, you have to perform the postural correction because otherwise you won't get the relief in your pain. So I have a 2-3 videos which I'm sharing. I'm covering very basic exercises in this, like which is be very useful for the patients who are like, which we are giving to our patients. And these exercises are showing a very good result. So I'm sharing the neck and shoulder massaging techniques and the strengthening exercise.
Supriya, we can't hear anything. You have not shared the sound. Is this your own video? Is this your own material?
Yes, yes, sir. This is our own material we have created in our department.
Okay, if you go back and before you click on, look at the bottom left, it will say join sound, play sound, connect the sound and then play.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Because it is important one. Take your time, keep on smiling, it's beautiful. Neck, shoulder and back pains are very common. We got
Common
an
answer.
expert, Dr. Lalit Sodha, the chiropractor, and he would love to see what this is because he actually produces videos for professionals. So it will be very good that he sees. Okay, now when you share screen, look at the bottom left, join the audio so we can hear.
Yes.
And play.
First massaging technique for the neck pain is this area, this protruded C7 area. Most of the people have swelling at here. When you will press this point like this, you will get the relaxation while pressing this point and you will feel relaxation in your neck pain like this. Now the next exercise is take a ball like this, any tennis ball or any normal bat ball. You can press your trapezius muscles like this. This will massage your trapezius muscle and give you relief in your neck pain. Move this and then press this. Move and then press this. The first stretching exercise for the neck is take your neck like this towards your shoulder. Do this for another side. Do this movement 5 times. Again, take your neck back like this. You can do this exercise for relaxation while you are sitting for a long hours on the laptop or phone, or you are watching TV too much. So you can do this exercise. This will relax your neck muscles. Now the neck and shoulder strengthening exercise. Lift your hand, move your wrist up and down. Do this movement 10 times. Next exercise, move your elbow towards your shoulder like this. Do this exercise 10 times. Now the next exercise, lift your hand up and down, up and down. Take your hands on the sides. Take your hands on the side and do this movement 10 times. This is the fourth exercise, fourth strengthening exercise. Now, take your fingers to the shoulder and rotate your shoulders like this. This will all strengthen your shoulder muscles. For shoulder relaxation, you have to move your hands like this and then come back. This you can do at your workplace.
So Supriya, that was very useful because you practically showed people, and don't take my word, take the word of a very famous expert here from London, Dr. Lalit Sodha, who is a chiropractor. Lalit, what did you think? Because we wanted some practical videos, didn't we?
Absolutely. And Dr. Supriya has actually hit the nail on the head. Where she was massaging on the C7 spinous process, which is right at where the neck meets the upper back, is a very sore spot, because that's where the transition takes place in the posture that we sit with. That's where the head is carrying it forward, and we get a lot of neck ache. Absolutely hit it on the nail on the head. I think these are the kind of videos that we should all be sharing with the patients to give them some home exercises, home care to do. Wonderful, Dr. Supriya. Very well done.
Dr. Lalit Sodha, that is where the slipping point is, because you shove the pillow there, and this is why you get restless nights. So it's very important to make sure that your neck is correctly massaged and tendered. Obviously, don't exasperate the veins if they are actually pressed, because then you need to see a profession, which is very good. So Rotary Lal Goyal always brings facilitators from all over India who are either head of departments or leaders. So Rotary Lal Goyal, we are very proud. And of course, you love Mathura. And I think Dr. Supriya is in Mathura, I think. So isn't it wonderful when Lalit visits sometime? So let's carry on, Supriya, whatever else you've got, carry on, and then we'll chit chat again.
And Nilkumar, because I belong to Mathura, I'm from Mathura, that is why I love Mathura. And you know, the Lord Mathura is a Lord Krishna's place, so everybody loves Mathura. Dr. Sodha also visited Lord Krishna's place and the holy. So Mathura is a really good place, and that's why I invited when we talked last time that please come to India, visit Mathura, and then you will realize the importance of how one can forget themselves once they reach to Mathura.
So it is not just the land of religion and culture, it's a land of technology, knowledge, and health and well-being, wellness.
And Mathura is a very vibrant city too. Dr. Lal Goyal, Dr. Supriya, I look forward to meeting you in November when I make my next trip.
Definitely, sir. We'll see you.
Yeah, Supriya, Rotary Lal Goyal will connect you to Dr. Lalit Sodha. He's personally going to connect to you and maybe enhance the connection with you, because he's quite senior here in London. So this is what we do at Healing Our Earth. We actually merge people, and we uplift each other and enhance each other. Over to you, Dr. Supriya. Carry on with more presentation of yours.
Okay, sir. The next joint which I'm covering is a back, which is like nowadays everybody is having back pain, whether they are young, whether they are in their 40s, 50s, or whether they are in 70s, 80s. So these are something which I'm sharing, which are very basic exercise, and that can be performed anytime, anywhere. So my next video is for the back exercise.
For the back massage exercise, you have to press your L5 around your L5 like this, back massage. This will relax your back muscles. First exercise, you have to stretch your ankles towards your face. Stretch it, hold it for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, relax. Now next exercise is knee to chest. You have to lift your leg and move it towards your chest and hold it for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, relax. Do this exercise 5 times. Now next exercise, fold your knees and lift your back. This is called bridging exercise. This will strengthen all your back and extensor muscles. Lift your back and do this for 10 times. Now fourth exercise, you have to lie down on your stomach and then lift your leg like this. Do it 10 times. First for left leg, then for the right leg. Do it for the right leg 10 times. Now the fifth exercise for back is lift your upper body like this. Hold it 1 second and then get down. This will strengthen your extensor muscle and relax your back muscles. Get down. Do this 10 times.
Yes, this is back. These are the back exercise, basic back exercise, which will be very helpful during your workplace or whenever you are sitting for long hours. When you are the bridging exercise is very helpful when you have a back pain, when you are walking a lot. So this exercise will give you an instant relief. And the hamstring stretching I forgot to share, but I feel that in back, hamstring stretching plays very good role because hamstring stretching give you an instant back relief. most of the people forgetting hamstring, and they are not stretching hamstring muscle, and they are not strengthening their hamstring muscles, and they are confusing with knee and back pain. So the main reason for the back pain is hamstring, because we all the time sitting, we are not taking care, we are all the time flexing towards your slouching, flexing our backs. We are not extensing. Extensor muscles are getting weak day by day, and most of the people having back weakness because of the extensor weakness and hamstring tightness.
And so, Priya, you mentioned L5. Of course, L1, L2, L3, L4, L5 are all very dicey for the lower back. And this year, the World Physiotherapy wants to concentrate on the lower back. There are questions on the social media asking, what is the difference between slip disc and prolapsed discs?
The prolapsed disc is something that this disc is pressed a lot. There are degree of prolapse, and there is a degree of prolapse, 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree. There are 4 degrees, and in the disc compression, there is a slight compression. Is because of the exertion, because of the longer sittings that get exerted, and that damage around the area, nerves, muscles, or around the back. So there is a difference, and prolapse usually happens with a jerk, or when you are lifting some heavy weights, that happens. And with like RTI cases, got a lot of prolapse things that can be relieved, like 1 degree or 2 degree can be relieved by the extensors exercise, instant extensor exercise.
So, Supriya, let's take 1 minute quick reaction from Surgeon Anukul. Anukul, is prolapsed more dangerous and painful, or slip more dangerous and painful for the viewers? Over to you in a quick fire round question.
Fantastic. The slip disc is a common colloquial term. It is not exactly descriptive of the true pathology. The pathology is that you have got 2 vertebrae and the intervertebral disc. An intervertebral disc is what we call as a sequestrated antigen. In other words, it doesn't come in contact with your blood circulation. So it's a separate disc, and there's something called the end plate, which separates it from the main vertebral body. So as the proteoglycans, or the type of proteins that form the disc, they start breaking down, a part of the disc tends to get separated from the main part of the vertebral body. The end plate starts breaking down. There's a very interesting zone of action activities over there. So when a part of the disc starts repairing and initially it starts bulging. Then a part of the nucleus pulposus can pop out. That's often called a slip disc, but that's a colloquial term. But in reality, it's a disc, what they call bulge, disc protrusion. That means the part of the disc actually pops out a little bit much bigger, and the disc extrusion, where the disc completely comes out and floats around in the spine. So we call it as a disc. Now the reality is, it is not the disc that comes out that really matters. 2 points are to be considered, and that's where majority of our gray zone comes. One is the physical pressure. Nerves can tolerate physical pressure. It's just a matter of how long that thing has been on. Initially, the nerve will be contracted, the physical pressure will go on. Now, the nerve is covered by a sheath. Nerve doesn't bother about physical pressure a lot. But it is the inflammatory reaction around the nerve that actually precipitates the problems about nerve pressure. So whenever we are asking this whenever we ask as surgeons, we are the knife-wielding guys. We like to go and take things out. That's our bread and butter. But the reality is we don't like to choose that, simply because even when the disc can pop out and put some pressure on the nerve, as the inflammation settles down, that pressure is no more of any consequence. So even when you go and see the MR scan later on, you can see the disc is still there, but the pain has gone away. The reason? The inflammatory reaction has gone away. So I was just going to, now there's a book that's about 500 pages of book of orthobiologics. It's about just the inflammatory markers. And there's 64 inflammatory different markers which come out from the disc, from the proteoglycans, various kind of other chemical products which are produced locally, and they irritate the nerve. So our interest is to figure out, should we operate or not? If the physical component is not there, and after a few days of inflammation settles down, matter settles down. But if it goes on for too long, then we might try out something like epidural steroids and things like that, cut the inflammation down. But in reality, if you keep on working on your muscles and keep them stable, you don't most of the time, you don't require surgical intervention. So by and large, keep the knife away.
Thank you, Uncle. Yes, keep the knife away. Try to see if you can repair or rejuvenate or heal without surgery. Surgery is your last resort. Dr. Anjali, you had a question for Supriya before we move to the next guest.
Yeah. So Supriya, you mentioned about the hamstring stretching. So this is the update which I want to really emphasize. We are not proposing hamstring stretching nowadays because hamstrings by default can be very elongated. And that means they're weak and elongated. We don't want to stretch further because that can change your position of the pelvis. It can either go into anterior pelvic tilt more or posterior pelvic tilt. So by default, it can be the position of your pelvic, which can determine your hamstring to become very tight. And it can also be a reflex action of your body and your foot dynamics, causing your hamstring to become tight. So many times by default, we keep stretching it, causing more load on the mechanical load on the disc of the spine too. So we always not propagate now hamstring stretching. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Anjali.
from one Dr. Agrawal to the another Dr. Khandelwal. Now the question, what she is saying, you have a, would you like to give some explanation on that, Dr. Khandelwal?
Yes. Ma'am, actually, it's very usual that you can't go away from that tilting position. I'm saying that like while you are sitting for the, I'm not going into the pathology of the spine. I'm not going into the any of the tilting and hip factors. I'm only saying that when you are sitting for a long hours, you have a backache, you feel that you are feeling some discomfort or something. For that, I am saying ki hamstring stretching is very important. I'm covering the basic things. So this is the point. My point is that we are not going to the pelvic tilt, or like we will not be able to go. We will not stretch this much hamstring ki it will go till the pelvic muscles, pelvic.
Thank you,
Okay.
Supriya.
Do you have any other presentation, Dr. Supriya, or it's over?
Well,
Yes, sir. We have one more presentation for the knee joint.
Supriya, Supriya, hold on. We'll come back to you. We'll go to the sec at the moment. If we got time at the top of the hour, we will, because after 40 minutes we go to USA. So just stay around. Wonderful presentation. We have done very well. Rotarian Lal Goyal, we got Sheikh here. So
okay, so
if you introduce, please.
Yeah, definitely, because he was not getting the connection. So that's why I was wondering whether he's there. Yes, now I can see. So my next panelist guest is Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Sharif M. He is BPT, MPT, AIAP. Dr. Sharif is a musculoskeletal and sports injuries specialist. He's senior consulting specialist, Abha International Hospital, Abha, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Sharif, you are listening to the discussions which were going on with Dr. Lalit Sodha, Dr. Ankul, as well as Dr. Agrawal, as well as Dr. Supriya Khandelwal. Now, we would like to know from you, because today is a physiotherapy day, what is because your specialty is sports injuries, and sports injury is a very, very common factor nowadays because so much awareness about the sports. Would you like to, what you would like to say about the sports injuries and how the sports injuries can be done can be cured by the physiotherapy? Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Sharif, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. I was hearing a lot of things from you doctors, and
some disturbance is coming. Now, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I work with the sports population. So my area of expertise is musculoskeletal and sports injury. So yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Yes, some disturbance is coming, Dr. Sharif. Something is there on which is disturbing. Fan is there. Some fan is there. Just close that fan. If the fan
is it fine now?
Now, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, doctor. So okay, so we are our main concern is the pain. So because of pain, we go to consult the doctor, and they with the patient comes to physiotherapy also. So in the sports field, the most common injury is we have the shoulder injury, neck injury, and back injury. In that main problem, the patient encounter is shoulder injury. So The injury happens in the sports field due to the repetitive action. Suppose we take example of a bowler. So bowler, when they bowl, they have excess amount of external rotation. So over a period of time, their shoulder will be adapted to that particular action, and they will have adaptive changes in their shoulder. Patient will likely have the internal rotation deficit and external rotation gain. So with this problem, the position of the shoulder, it will shift from the normal position. It will slide slightly up, and the patient will encounter shoulder pain. So it's very important to assess the patient here. We have to assess if for the scapula, the position of the scapula, the rotation of the scapula. Then we treat the cause of the problem, and that's how the problem is solved in this case. So and likewise, the back, neck, and shoulder, these three area are more, here the mobility is more. Where the mobility is more, the patient tend to have more problem. So in the neck also, you have so many conditions which happens because of the increased mobility. And similarly, the shoulder, the mobility is more, the stability is less. That's the reason the shoulder is one of the main area of concern. Similarly, the back problem. Okay, so that's about the pain.
Okay, so you would like to so basically this is for the injuries because of the sports injuries.
Yes.
And would you like to say something about the muscular skeletal things?
See, when the injury happens in the sports population, the injury can happen to all the areas. Like it can affect the joint, it can affect the ligament, it can affect the other soft tissues, the nerves, etc. So when we assess this patient, we take the thorough history of the patient, followed by we go for a special test, and we confirm the diagnosis, and we find out the exact cause of pain. Once we find out the cause of pain, we treat the cause of the pain, then only we get a very good result. So that's how the way of treatment here. And
okay, so thank you, Dr. Sharif. Mr. Anil Kumar, you have any question?
So Dr. Sheikh, can you tell us which are more serious injuries, the muscle bound or joint bound for the athletes or the sports injury?
Sports injury, see, muscle trauma, it heals faster than the bone trauma. So when the patient is having the bone trauma, so he will go for a longer rehabilitation, longer rest period. So the muscle injury, it heals faster than the bone. So that's how it is. So bone injury.
And according to you, what's the most common sports injury that you come across between male and female separately?
It depends on the sports which they play. In football, it will be ACL injury. The most common one is ACL injury in football. Female also, it's same. Like depends on the sports. If the sports is football, the injury will be more of the ACL injury. And in the tennis game, we have this tennis elbow. In golfers, we have this golfer's elbow, the pain in the middle, this area. So every specific game has a particular type of injury. Especially in the bowlers, they have this what you call the shoulder pain in the bowlers.
And for the batsman, in the
batsman, it can be anything. It can be a shoulder injury, it can be an elbow injury, it can be a back pain, like that. So
Thank
it depends
you. That's all for me. Rotarian Larboy, we can go to Dr. Fiona. She's waiting.
Okay, Dr. Fiona, are you there? I can't see her.
She's here. She's just landscaping her video. Dr. Fiona, if you landscape your video so we can highlight you. Thank you, Dr. Sheikh, and over to you, Rotarian Lalboy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Fiona, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah,
yes, I'm there.
She's here, Rotarian. I will just be spotlighting in a moment. Over to you, and we say goodbye to Dr. Sheikh.
Okay, Dr. Sheikh, thank you very much. for giving your information. I'm sure that the sports persons who are playing the games will be more careful, because it's a very painful personal experience. Now, I would like to introduce about Dr. Fiona, if she's there. I know she's traveling,
Yes, yes.
so but we can't see you,
Yeah,
Dr.
I'm traveling. Am I visible now?
No, I can't. Yeah, you are visible, but turn your mobile in the other way. And like this. Turn your mobile, please. Okay, you keep it like this, because I think your screen is locked.
Yeah.
Now it is fine. Yes.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, I would like to
Yes.
introduce
Thank
my
you.
next, last but not the least panelist, Dr. Fiona Carlin De Silva. She's BPT, MPT, MIAP. She's a consultant pediatrics physiotherapist at Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital, Mumbai. Dr. Fiona, you are a consultant pediatric physiotherapist. First, just tell our viewers, for the benefit of viewers, what is the difference between a pediatric physiotherapist and a normal physiotherapist?
Okay, so when it comes to a pediatric physiotherapist and a normal physiotherapist, the difference is the approach in treating a child. So coming to adult, we always treat a goal wise, like our goal will be, there will be specific exercises for specific problem. And we go for specific exercises for that. Like, for example, the doctor that spoke first, the physiotherapist, she showed us many exercises for neck, for back, like almost targeting single muscle. She showed those exercises. But in children, we don't go on targeting a single muscle. We go sometimes, but the exercises will be more of a functional exercise. For example, we target that muscle in a function. A function is where you go for walking, you go climbing, jumping, rolling. So those kind of functions will be there, and the equipments that we use, especially a pediatric child, like a child, when we give physio, can never be treated only on a plinth. We require lot of equipments, where comes your physiotherapy ball, your bolsters, the swings, ladders, the Bosu ball, many other things are there which we use, so that mainly the child doesn't feel bored of exercises. First of all, he shouldn't know that we are doing exercise on them. It is like we are creating a fun activity from a child's perspective, but from our perspective, it is a exercise for him. So that is the main difference. It's like we go functionally for the children.
Okay, so today being the physiotherapy day, and and you told me that you have gone to a conference at Surat and you are coming back to Mumbai. Dr.
Yes.
Fiona, what
Yes.
you'd like to give a message to the public at large on this very auspicious, that is the physiotherapy day?
Okay, so today the main message that I want to give, like our physiotherapist already spoke about back pains and joint aches and body aches. In that, very common thing was key. It is one thing about preventing those pains. So I personally think my suggestion is that, my opinion is that preventing that back pain and all the body aches begins in your early life. That is when you're a child. And you ignore certain red flags, you can say, in that age, which will lead to certain back pains and body aches in future. You can generally notice our parents, especially I am at the age of 27, but if you see my mother who is around 55, she works much harder than me, but she doesn't get any pain. But me being just 25, I do just half of the household work what she does. My back hurts, my shoulder hurts. So those kind of things our youngsters face. That is because of the inactivity that they are carrying out throughout till now. And especially in the childhood, there are many things that are ignored. If I could say, the first thing when a child says, ki, I have pain, my legs are paining, mama. Maybe in the afternoon or night, many of us might have encountered, ki, my legs are paining, my thighs are paining. So what is the common answer that a mother or a parent gives? She tells, you run around a lot and that's why you get this pain. Or otherwise what she says, ki, you are inactive, and you're inactive, you're not going out, you're in your phone, you're just sitting inside and watching TV and you don't go out, play, that is why your body gives up and you get pain. But in actual, that is not the case. There is something known as growing pain. Growing pain has really little evidence, but still it is present. Growing pain is like children are most likely to run around, jump around, and play around. Because of that, their muscles are not able to take the load what they are giving. And because of that, the muscles are giving up and the child is facing the pain. So that is one thing. Another thing in most common in children that goes till the adulthood is the vitamin D levels. So the vitamin D levels is something that is always neglected.
Okay, I think we lost Dr. Fiona's connection. She has given a very clear message that the mother or the parent should not avoid when the child says that there is a pain in the leg, and Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fiona. And she has given a very, very clear message about the pain which the child faces when in the growing stage, and the mother should not avoid it. Mother should try to consult a physiotherapist or the doctor to see that why it is and what is the remedy, like she was mentioning about D3 or the vitamin D or something like that. So things, although the connection is, she's traveling. So thank you very much, Dr. Fiona, to give these views. Now I will go back to Dr. Supriya Khandelwal again. Dr. Supriya Khandelwal, you have heard the views all, everyone has given their views. And I know that this is such a vast thing, because I had a personal experience of mine. In the 1994, I broke my ligament, knee ligaments, and it's very, very painful. And I was, after the plaster was done by the Dr. Anand Joshi, and then I was for the physiotherapy under Dr. Ali Irani, the famous sports person at one time, and a very senior physiotherapist. And it is really very painful at that time. But we would like to know from you. Now you are going to present the third one, third of your presentation. Please give that, and then we'll ask some questions.
The first massaging technique for the knee joint is this medial area. Just below this knee ball, you have to like move 2 fingers down, 1 finger down, and press this medial point. This is little protruded point, and if you will massage this point, you will get the instant relief. Because in the early osteoarthritis of knee, this point is the most painful, and if you relax this point, you will definitely get the relief from the knee pain. The next massaging technique for the knee joint is you have to lie down on your stomach, and from the back of the knee, you have to press this point, like the middle area of back of the knee, because the lymphatic system is also working here. When you will massage this point, your blood circulation will increase, and you will definitely get the relief from the knee pain and from the ankle pain. Now, the strengthening technique for the knee joint is, first you have to take a small towel and make a roll like this and put it on the back of the knee, and then press your knee down like this. You have to press your knee down like this, hold it for 5 seconds, and then relax. Do this repetition 10 times. Next exercise, you have to lift your leg like this at the angle of 30 degrees and hold it for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down. And do this movement 10 times. Lift up, hold it for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, down. Now the next exercise is you have to flex your knee like this. You have to move your leg like this and then get down. Don't lift your ankle. The ankle should be in contact with the bed every time. Do this movement 10 times. Now the other 2 exercises in a sitting posture. You have to sit like this, keep your hand on the couch, and your thigh should be supported. And now lift your leg, Hold it for 5 seconds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Again lift up. Do this movement 10 times. Now the next exercise, the last exercise is lift your leg like this towards your chest, towards your shoulder. You have to lift your leg like this. Do this movement 20 times. This will strengthen all your quadricep muscles. The stretch.
Well done, Supriya. So we had a neck exercise, back exercise, and knee exercises where Rotarian Lal Goyal can vouch that it works actually. So it was very nice. Let's take a comment from everybody, Rotarian. Let's take a comment from Dr. Anjali before we move to Canada and USA and Malaysia. Dr. Anjali, what did you feel the way Supriya presented in a 3 simple steps, 3 separate parts of the body?
Very good, Supriya. It's like a simple way to lead your life without much pain and discomfort. For people who have very basic pain levels, this would definitely help them to, keep their body and joints functional. But for more expert care, where the joint alignments are out, or the position of the patella is not at the right position, if the hamstrings are not firing up, we need to have a more extensive guidance for the patient. So I think it's wonderfully done, Supriya, for helping all the elderly, especially at home.
And Anjali, let's go to our surgeon, our orthopedic and a spinal surgeon, Ankul Goswami. Ankul, your thoughts so far?
Fantastic. I think there are some of the very basic therapies made for the back, for the neck, and the knee. Knee is so very commonly used over there. So understanding the biomechanics is vital to the recovery of the muscles, but also the various muscles and structures around the knee and the hip. One of the interesting things that I would like to just add, because it happens that because many of the patients are thought to be having arthritis of the knee, but they have not assessed completely the femoral nerve involvement, the pelvis and the tilt of the pelvis that you were talking of, but also various pelvic issues, because I get lots of patients who have been staying on coming to the outpatient clinics for several years, pain in the inside of the knee, pain in the inside of the knee. They undergo lots of investigation with MRI scan and X-rays. And ultimately, when you see that fundamentally it is an operator nerve involvement or the femoral nerve involvement, or they have got some simple thing like a lymph node in the femoral triangle, which is irritating the femoral nerve. Or it may be L1 and L2 lesion in the back somewhere, which is giving ilioinguinal iliohypogastric nerve irritation. So there are very many interesting areas. That area is a very, very interesting part. Also, the people who have had things like endometriosis, surprisingly, endometriosis, pelvic disorders, PCOS, polycystic ovarian diseases, and pelvic surgery, the people who've undergone various pelvic operations, they can lead to problems along the inside of the knee and along the inside of the thigh going on to the knee. And I've come across quite a few patients who have had this kind of problems. But biomechanics, we use various kind of splints to arrange the what you call orientation of the leg. We also give various kind of insoles to alter the biomechanics, and that can alter your gait pattern and these things. It's amazing how you get the podiatrist involved, the biomechanics lab involved, and the various other people involved in trying to figure out where the pain is coming from. So it's a multiple issue that we're going to take into account, but it's fantastic. I think at a very basic level, some of the people should be able to do this very, very well.
Thank you.
They're very helpful.
Thank you, Ankul. And you mentioned at the basic level, the viewers in the social media are enjoying what Supriya did because they understood. It wasn't a session for experts to chit chat as a conference, because we are beaming live on social media of various partner channels. The consumer level are actually understanding simple exercise. So Supriya, that was very good at the consumer level, at the end user who are tapped into website, Facebook, YouTube, and partner channels. So Rotarian Lal Goyal, that was a good way of actually showing people in a simplistic form. Rotarian, what we are going to do, I'm going to introduce the Canadian, USA, and the Malaysian ladies, which are part of our team anyway. So they've got a comment, and then we will run into their session. Global Namaste, Sharon, our senior host, our producer there in Creston in Colorado, USA. beaming with a smile at the age of 75, looking 32 plus VAT only. Sharon, unmute yourself. Sharon has affinity both to India dancing. Sitara Devi was her mentor. She's not only an expert dancer, she is a very prolific movie producer. And Quantum Chi, if you have ever seen that, she is the producer over here. Apart from wearing just the dance hat and a producer hat, she is part of every episode at Healing Our Earth at the top of the hour because USA is waking up in the morning. And a global namaste, Sharon. You had a comment, and before we introduce Bai Ching and Maureen, what are your comments on what Supriya did? Because you made a comment earlier on the chat.
Global namaste to you all. It's such a pleasure to be here as always. And what we're going to bring forth today, and this has been just brought forth, are ways to prevent joint issues and ways to bring consciousness into the tissues. So that even if you have, I want to explain, I was a professional dancer from very young, dancing 8 hours a day. And then I lived with my Guruji Sitara Devi and danced 8 hours a day with heavy bells on my ankles on tile floors. And I was a perfectionist, still am. And so in 2006, I had to have 2 hip replacements. Now, when I went to the doctor, at that point, I couldn't turn out my hips and my feet at all. And, you know, my cartilage was gone, but I was on no drugs.
And
the reason I was on no drugs was because I had learned these exercises from the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation, which incorporated what some might know as Feldenkrais exercises. And they were ways to bring the consciousness deep into the tissues, very simple, easy exercises that were done very, very slowly with great attention and feeling about, like if you had one hip that was okay and the other that was hurting, you would really feel into what it was, what created the fluidity, and try to bring that into the other one. And everything was done with such intent and awareness. And so I did these exercises as my hips got worse and worse. But when I went to the doctor, he said, what? After looking at my x-rays, he said, you must be one of those mind-body people because you're not on any meds. And those exercises really, really helped me. And then they helped me on the recovery side as well, because when the physical therapist came, she told me that I knew more than she did.
So Sharon,
I would just ask. Yes.
So Sharon, let's talk about the exercise in a moment as well. Let's finish the previous session, which was the Indian sector. Rotarian Lal Goyal, what a wonderful array of contributors you always bring over here. And say hello to Sharon, who will be moving over to Canada with Maureen and Malaysia with Wai Ching over there, who is our roving ambassador. She travels in different countries and just pops up from different country every now and then. So it'll be beautiful. And say hello, Wai Ching, if you could unmute yourself, say hello to Rotarian Lal Goyal. When you go to India, you will be meeting him up there. And say hello to spinal surgeon Anat Gol. Maureen, unmute yourself. Let's say hello to each other. We'll say bye to Supriya and Rotarian Lal Goyal in a moment.
Hello, Sharon. Hello, Maureen. Hello, Viking. See, before I leave, and I have to say one thing. The physiotherapy is very good, but initially, when I went after my ligaments or the fractures, I had fractures recently about my ankle, and then muscle was torn on my shoulder also. Initially, it is very painful. So I used to hate to go to a physiotherapist, but gradually, I felt that they are the only person who can put you back to my work, because the surgeon or the doctor, he just put it and then he says, now the next step is to go to the physiotherapist. So the main work has to be done by the physiotherapist after the doctors who did all those things. So it's a very good program today. I must appreciate and I must give thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar to bring out such types of programs, and especially on a very, very special day, that is the physiotherapy day, where the physiotherapists and the doctors, they are giving their views. And I'm sure that the people who are watching this show today has got many very good idea about the injuries. And the message is very, very clear. Avoid the injuries. If you cannot avoid the injuries, then you have no other options to go to the doctor and to the physiotherapy. So thank you very much, and global namaste to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. What a wonderful session we have had. Supriya, very well done. We will be having you back in the women's episode again. So we will connect to you. Rotarian Lal Goyal will connect to you. So thank you. And a global namaste. Rotarian Lal Goyal, global namaste to you. And let us be here. Now we want to say, Sharon, Wai-Ching, Maureen, say hello to spinal surgeon and pediatric surgeon, orthopedic surgeon Ankul Goswami, who is here in United Kingdom, and in India, a very senior consultant in physiotherapy, apart from Women's Matter, Dr. Anjali, who will be sitting around here. So what we will do now, Sharon, we go to Wai-Ching for a quick session and then have a question and answer. Then we go to Smiling Maureen. Maureen has got a nice session planned up for us to regenerate your joints from within. Now that is integrated care. So that will be very useful. And Wai-Ching, of course, who carries several hats, has got her method of how to alleviate some pains and joints. So Sharon, global namaste, over to you in North Atlantic.
Hello again. I'm thrilled to have our dear Wai-Ching back, who has been on Healing Earth so many times. She's part of the World Council for Health and is teaching Qigong meditation and healing throughout the world. She'll be in Japan soon, speaking at a big conference with Dr. Robert Malone, if you've heard of him. And she really explores many, many alternative therapies. So Wai-Ching, namaste, global namaste.
Global namaste, everyone. Sharon, thank you for inviting me on to this one. And I'm so glad I can make it because this topic is really very dear to my heart, and doing this. But actually, I would love to ask Dr. Goswami a question first before I could go on. It's that in my research, sir, is that I found out that there's something called fibrin, right? And perhaps a P16 or P16. It's a protein that causes inflammation, especially in elders, and it happens naturally. It's even separate from any kind of foods that may cause inflammation. Can you elucidate and elaborate on that? Because I really would love to do more research.
Yes, there are a huge number of proteoglycan breakdown products. First of all, you've got the basic matrix, then you've got cellular components, and you've got the extracellular components. So all three of them produce a different set of chemical products, and it's very difficult to figure out which one is causing you the problems. So one of the things that I targeted in my research work, particularly when I was doing endoscopic spinal work, is that we used to be operating under local anesthetic. So we used to palpate different parts of the spine to figure out where the pain is coming from. And very interestingly, when we used to put the MR scan to check before the operation, we used to say, well, this is the area where the pain is coming from. When we used to put the camera inside and look inside and probe these areas, no pain from there. And we used to go probe a different area, and it was painful. And then we said, goodness heavens, it's very different from what we thought. And what we found was only a small tear. We would put something called a discography, a sort of dye inside the disc. And when it would come out from that particular leaking area, the person will say, oh yeah, that's exactly the pain I get. So it was big revelation to me to figure out the pain that we are generating at a given area is quite different from the area where we thought was painful when we saw the MR scan. It's very different. So I started collecting the material from the disc and started doing the microscopic tests under Professor Fremont. and also trying to find out what sort of products are coming out. And what we found was that mRNA, that is with the DNA itself, is producing certain type of chemical products, certain type of reactions, telling the mRNA, that is messenger RNA, to tell some other things to produce a certain type of chemicals. And this particular point where you have a cell is telling, a particular gene is telling this information to be sent, and you're producing certain kind of type of chemical, the tragedy is we in science have still not been able to figure out why one particular type of DNA is producing that. And that is why I am very much into the concept of the consciousness as an element, as is Sri Aurobindo's system of internal healing. So I have come to a central conclusion, and that is a very central part of my thinking process, is that yes, we have not understood the concept of consciousness. What exactly triggers an RNA to produce a particular type of chemical process? Is it something more different from at a higher level? And it is that conscious element that is central to our understanding how the body heals. And I come back to a simple solution. And I say, each cell of a body knows how to heal. So if anybody who says that they can make the things heal, as a doctor, I said, it is totally incorrect. The healing process is inherent in a cell. The question is, how can you make sure that all the factors are taken care of? Therefore, I go more into to. I was reading Sushruta Samhita. I don't know if everybody is conscious of it. Sushruta Samhita says that when you eat a food, we don't eat it for our own selves. We give it to the microbiomes, the bacteria in our intestines, and they digest it for you and give it to your body, which is acceptable to you. So, in other words, when it comes to pain and this thing, I not only change the physical therapy, I not only ask for the entire physical assessment with our physiotherapist colleagues or the other chiropractors, they look into it very carefully. But I said, listen, it's also a question of how you consider your pain is to be, how your body changes its characteristic based on the type of food that you eat. Are you really eating all things that's natural? And I also look into something called simple stuff, what we call is prana, life. The life is central to this thing. So we have to live on anything that's living. So we have to eat plants, or some people eat meat and all that stuff. But the reality is that you cannot make this body without prana. So life is central to that particular understanding. So my reality is that there is much more to what type of chemicals are produced, the genes, how they are activated, how they produce mRNA, how different chemical products are used, actually is to require much more element of consciousness. For example, I'll give you a simple thing. Um, Patients who have got the back pain is very strongly related to psychological factors, to hormonal factors, particularly in women when it comes to PCOS or when it comes to the endocrine methods of trying to develop ovarian cells and things like that, endometriosis and things like that. They all become a very important part of your psychological symptoms. At the same time, irritable bowel syndrome, the very pelvic inflammatory disease, and GORD, the gastroesophageal reflux syndrome, they all are interconnected. And when it comes to my chronic back pain patients, they all are interestingly very interconnected with psychological factors and all put together. So I can go on for hours talking about this, but reality, there's lots to it.
Yes, you're singing my song because I don't know if you know this, but I'm a
I
Qigong
did.
teacher.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
so I do energy healing. So this is
Absolutely.
really in total alignment and how we can actually, through energy medicine, address what is still unknown in the cellular structure, in the DNA, the intracellular, extracellular reality, interstitial fluids,
Absolutely.
right? And how the prana interact with the sutratma, the nadis, the mama points,
Absolutely.
and the meridian system, and how that goes through the fascia to the muscular system, and then through the nervous system, which is what triggers the impulses to the brain to say, this is the sensation of pain. So, this.
I've got one more addition to add, just too important. I do not know if you have
Yes,
read
sir.
anything called Kathopanishad. Have you read Kathopanishad by any chance? No. Well,
Upanishads are not this one,
well,
no?
yeah, it's fundamentally it's a concept of observer and the observed. It's a question of what am I? It's the correlationship between them. And majority of my patients who are chronic back pain patients on a lot of spinal surgery, other operations done, they've got multitude of issues. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out. I don't tell them in these very words, but in reality, I get them around those kind of alignment that this is, you might be so-called, you might be feeling the pain, but in reality, when you go back into their lives and the way they're looking into the world, you start sitting with them, trying to feel them in real sense, like what the agony they're going through. Once you connect yourself to that, then you realize these are the question of imbalances and how they can be changed. And once you start feeling their pain, then you say, oh, that's exactly how we can go around and try to make the changes. And it's surprisingly quite different from what we think to be medically correct. It's a
Yes,
very
yes.
different story. So, and that's where I think when they go to this different areas of secondary healing methods or other methods, I say stick to them. They're doing much better than what I can do, because I'm a knife wielding surgeon. So it doesn't work out at end. It has to work out a different end. So thank you
Yeah.
very much for all your help and efforts.
Your humility is beautiful. Thank you so much. I mean, we are all creating an integrated approach, right? So it's holistic. So we need a surgeon. I mean, when you think about surgery, I can't do it. These tools are my are my tools for energy surgery. So, and also just to let you know, the college that I went to in San Francisco is based on Sri Aurobindo and the mother's teachings. Yes, it's called
Exactly.
California Institute of Integral Studies. So just to let you know that. And also I feel that the field that we are in, like with Sharon as well, the psychosomatic aspects are so powerful. So combined with energy, some of my clients, let's say 10 years of back pain in one session is gone because of that root cause of perhaps some kind of trauma. It could be an injury, even where we reframe the memory of that trauma, even an accident, a car accident. When we go back in time to clear that, it was very clear one case where I was working with someone, and while I was doing this work, he just wept and wept and wept. And that's because his daughter died in the car accident and he was driving. And so he hadn't resolved that in himself. So when he forgave himself, the back pain was gone. So, just wonderful illuminations like that. And yeah, so I have here actually in front of me, I don't know if I'm supposed to segue, but that I love to research and also in energy. So I have all here with me. My personal story is that my back went out twice. And also I could have had cancer in 1990. So I take good care of myself. I'm 67. So I just have a handful of homeopathics here, which I use for soft tissue healing as well as bone healing. I think it's amazing, from Arnica to Symphydium. So all that. But also very interestingly, silica that's with structured water. And I just go through this since I've got it all ready here, and Chinese medicinals as well, and methylene blue that affects the mitochondria. So I'm just going to go through really quickly. And this is a cream that is made from Nigella sativa. So that's the black cumin seed. And this one is also pretty amazing. It's a gel that has been used effectively and is delivered by nanotechnology. The basis is also Nigella sativa with astaxanthin, with curcumin, and so on. And so this also is a monoatomic spray with Chinese herbs. And this as a Japanese product, it's from the water is from a special place in Japan, and it's mixed with a silica, also from a special place, for soft tissue and bone healing. I mean, this is all amazing. And then Sacha Inchi serum, that menthol, that's for tendonitis and for nervine pain as well. So I've got here even more. This is an amazing natural painkiller with boswellia and piperine and curcumin, and it's made in India. I met the formulator. This is actually made for a company that is well known. I won't say it here. Analgesic. It's very well known, but they actually market a natural one. So I'm just putting out my little treasure trove here because that's what I use for my clients. So this is amazingly effective and much more effective than all the analgesics for especially like a peripheral neuropathy. It just works really, really well. And so I'm just going to go also very quickly to like essential oils, cypress, copaiba, panaway, peppermint, and sacred frankincense, and layered on, as well as with the coconut oil, which is a great carrier, and castor oil. So I make castor oil packs as well. And this is really so effective as it is offered by, since you are speaking of spiritual matters, Edgar Casey has come through and said, I use that as well. So in terms of internal, I just carry on since you're all listening, is that this product also with magnesium. I've got a few magnesium products here, which I use myself. And this has butcher's broom, feverfew, as well as alpha-lipoic acid. Very important for joint pains, right? And then for food, also collagen, which I put into soups and drinks as well, together with vitamin C and spirulina. All that really builds up the mitochondria in the cells for healing. D3 with K2, also so important for that. And like jelly, konjaku jelly, and for vegetarians, right? That it's all building up the protein aspect. So make sure that I eat a lot of protein, and also for my clients to make sure that there's enough protein, because when we want to heal, to restore, we need a lot of the protein, right, doctor? So we need to do that. And also, let's see what I have here. I have this in show and tell. It's my latest arsenal. I don't know whether you've seen this, but this is a miracle worker for people with aches and pains and Parkinson's, tumors. It has been amazing. And it is based on traditional Chinese medicine, based on qi, prana. And it is based on what is called terahertz in frequency medicine. I'm very concerned about the radiation that we are going through. I just made a comment too, that one of the reasons for the pain, the kind of the intense unknown pain, like from headaches, migraines to backaches, is because we are on the phone a lot. And as soon as we touch it, it goes right through the body. So I have here a lot of protective shields inside. What I'm wearing as well is a protective shield for 5G. And this fabric protects me from the negative ions. It's made in Japan, and it protects me from also the radiation from the computer and the phone. So I have a blanket here that is, I'm writing into concepts for healing centers and hospitals. So these are the ones that I'm writing in. So while we are resting in the hospital, let's say, why not heal at the same time, right? Using these new products. Actually, these are not new. This is made by a company that's 100 years old in Japan, and it emits negative ions. And they started using this for people who were injured in Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And so they did the research. And so it's been since then to help heal. Amazing for joint pains and osteoarthritis. So I come back to this for a while, is that this is so amazing because it's based on crystalline technology, and it has blue light and heat. This has no radiation whatsoever. And people heal in quick time because it combines the thermal aspect, just like putting them under far infrared, or, using red light therapy, or, heat therapy. So these are some of the tools besides this basic $2 tool, which is excellent for neck pain, and because it works on the splenius muscle. And then, of course, we can do our own massage which I train people in the sternocleidomastoid muscle as well. So everything that I've heard is like, it's yes. So I thought I would gather some of my arsenal to share with all of you.
So, Wai-Ching, what a wonderful arsenal you had there. You had material, you had homeopathy, you had Ayurveda, you had normal creams and medicines, you had gadgets there and everything. Now, at what age did you feel this was necessary for you? And does it help you? Is this for joint X or muscle X? So just wait before you answer. Before you answer, Dr. Anjali, you made a comment about the mast cells as well. So if you could make your comment to Wai-Ching, because he loves doing a research as well. And then we go back to Wai-Ching. Sharon, we go back to Wai-Ching and feel what material or integrated care that she loves, that she has worked, so she is sharing with people. So Anjali, your comment to Wai-Ching before we go to Wai-Ching. Over to you, Anjali.
So yeah, we are all having something called as mast cell. So it is a very sensitive cell which reacts to your temperature, your emotions, your pain sensitivities, your food. So any kind of pains and aches in the body, gastrointestinal discomfort can be the mast cell activation, which I work a lot on these patients with connective tissue disorders. And that's what, when you talked about the phone screen, the EMF fields, sensitivity to computer radiation, our muscles are very sensitive to EMF radiation. So maximum time, if we are around the environment with maximum gadgets around, that's when you'll see the person is talking about more of migraine pain, back pains, endometriosis, PCOD. So I think muscle is everywhere. Now we're just dominated by muscles. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjali. So that's useful as well. Maureen, I hope you're okay in Canada. We will be with you shortly, and then we will chit chat, because this is what we love doing at Healing Our Earth. We bring people together, we get information, then we chit chat and we extrapolate further. So the viewers who are connected to us on YouTube, Facebook, website, and partner channels, we are not prescribing anything we are showing. We are sharing how it works better for us. So Wai-Ching is sharing with you what has worked with her and what she thinks is very good for her. Wai-Ching, so is it mainly for joint care you are talking about, or is it muscle aches?
Both, because we are one one matrix, and the insertion of the muscles go into the joints and then creates the mobility and flexibility that we have. And of course, then we are mind, body, spirit. So bringing in the mind intent and sending the energy to heal in the cells, affecting the mast cells then, and everything, and then working through the musculature, and especially the pelvic area as well, because that we know that this is like the core of our physical consciousness, the Mula Bandha. And so it's everything as one, and it's working on the energy field first. I feel is really important, and also the cellular structure, and the water that we are drinking is and the water, having enough hydration. I mean, let's get back to basics. Having enough hydration, and the right kind of hydration, that is with structured water, with cells that are small enough to be bioavailable. Most of the water we drink is not bioavailable, and also, charged with a lot of heavy metals and chemicals, dioxins from the leaching of plastic bottles. So we're drinking toxic water basically, and we're not even purifying and structuring. So there are different ways to structure.
Let's pause here.
Yes.
Let's pause here.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
brought in a very important ingredient in our life, which is supposed to be free. You mentioned water. So stay here for a moment. I want to go around the panel over here, and I want to ask a question. How important is the role of water in our life for our muscle aches and our joint aches? Okay, let's bring in Maureen, because we'll come to your subject in a moment. Do you think water is very important part, and if we are dehydrated, we might get more aches and pains? How important is water in our life, Maureen?
Essential. In one word, it's essential. It is the matrix upon which all the electromagnetic signals are delivered through the brain and the body. It's that basic communication of water that makes everything work. We are our brains are something like 80% water, bodies 70% water, and we know the importance of high quality water as we're hearing is so important. Yes, it's essential. That's my word.
Maureen agrees that water is very essential. Approximately different parts are different percentage, but overall above 70% of our body is water. And if you don't believe in that, just stop drinking water for 24 hours and see the thigh muscle aches that you get overnight instantly. And water is very essential. Let's go to our surgeon there. And Anukul, how important is role of water? And when we get aches and joint pains and muscle pains, ought we not go to the first medicine called water, which is supposed to be free?
Absolutely true. I think there are lots of muscle aches and pains and detoxification can occur with water. That's important. But also something more interesting than that is what type of water you have and when. It's just not merely cold water. With our normal attitude is when it's hot and you tend to take water which is ice and other kind of stuff, which is almost everywhere in the world we try to do that. But that's not necessarily the right way of managing the energy system within our body. At the same time, when you have to have the water, which should we have it, what quantity of water in the morning, what in the afternoon, what at night. I remember when I used to go for what we call LRPs, that is long range petrols. So we used to carry one bit of glass of water in our water bottles. And as an army officer, we used to be walking along the mountains. And we used to go out for 20 to 28 days of patrols with no contact with the world. And we used to be a group of 10 or 12 people just walking right through the mountains. And there used to be no habitations anywhere. And while walking up and down, we used to go and we used to, the instant we used to see a small rivulet of water, the first thing we used to do is go fall flat into the water and just drink it straight from it. and that's the way it was, because you were so thirsty, and that thirst, you will not believe it, how it's all parched, you can't breathe, and it's all choking, and you get body aches and pains and cramps. So we always have enough water bottles, but we always try to keep it reserved to be taken only when you're desperate for it. And we are not allowed to have more than just one sip, just to get rid of the parched feeling in the throat. But you can come with very serious cramps in our body because of this lack of water. Another experience I had was when I normally work, I just work around right straight away. I normally don't have anything. It's been a part of my life. I've never had breakfast. I usually start my work. I work right through the day. And one fine day, I just started work, kept on. I started getting lots of headache, a huge amount of headache. I was wondering where is this coming from, and so I just, after about 2 3 weeks of continuous headache, which was very bad, I just told the radiologist that I'm just coming for a MRI scan of the brain, and I want to see what's going on with my head. So, of course, jokingly he said, "Well, there is no head there because it's meant to be, as an orthopedic surgeon, it's meant to be in your knee." And I said, "Well, fine enough, let us have a look at it." But he said, "No, everything is fine." So then, and my nurse, it's a very nice chap called Joseph, and he said, "Mr. Goswami, you're just not. I never see you eating or drinking the whole day." I said, "No, I don't. I normally don't do anything." So he said, "No, you better start. After every two patients, you would just get me a glass of water." And it was amazing. In just 2 3 days, the headaches went off. So I said, "Goodness heavens, that I'm talking, this is just about 10 years ago." And that tells us how important the water is. And in our normal day-to-day work, we tend to completely forget how much of water we need. But it's important to keep on having a certain quantity of water, keep your systems clear. How it works, I think Ayurveda people and the general people will tell us much better. because I'm a typical orthopod. When I'm at work, I'm just working, but I can suffer with lots of body aches and pains, and drinking water does help a lot. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you, Anakul. So Anakul, you agree as well that water is important. One of the things that I particularly coach people with is very simple. When you are not well, are you breathing correctly and are you taking oxygen? Number two, are you drinking water correctly? Are you standing up and gulping it very fast? Take it easy. Water is to be enjoyed. Let it mix with your saliva. Sit down so it doesn't go down directly straight fast. So you need to ebullience. Don't put ice in your water. Try to drink it at the room temperature if it's comfortable. And if you are in a room which is minus 50 degrees, then you are dead anyway. So be in a room and a room temperature, because your body will have to make sure you brings the water to the body temperature. So the organs will have to work hard. So breathe correct amount of oxygen, drink water regularly if you can, avoid drinking after the food, and also rest your eyes up looking into yonders, and every now and then take a walk where there is morning sunlight, which is not too detrimental, as opposed to a mid-afternoon or an afternoon sunlight. So we have agreed that water is useful. Anjali, do you think water can cure lots and lots of issues? Should we not hit straight to good oxygen and water first before we diagnose ourselves until this is strictly medically urgent? If you are in an accident, then believe me, you are in an accident, you've had an injury, water will help, but it's not the cure. Otherwise, should we not hit at the water first? Anjali, over to you.
Depends on what kind of injury do you mean? If the person is choking, we can't give them water at that moment. If there is a blockage in the throat. But definitely what I would say is water, which could be electrolyte, is very important. Water with little salt. Because sometimes too much of just plain water can get your sodium out of the body. And that is again another complication which people are building up now more. Because they just keep drinking water and water, because water should have added electrolytes in it. So start your day for headaches, water, little pinch of salt. It has helped a lot of people, and it is really helping your parasympathetic mode for your brain to go and work accordingly. Help your muscle pain, help your headaches, help your gut issues also. So that's good. But with an accident, we really need to make sure there's no choking in the throat before we ask the person to drink water, because he can then aspirate it in the lungs sometimes.
So thank you, Anjali. Anjali likes water as well. Anjali, just so that you are clear, when I said if you are in an accident, it's a different case, because you are injured, you might have had you might be burnt or something is different. However, water is useful. Now, Maureen, you and Wai Ching have put stipulation to the kind of water, and I'm not challenging you. I am saying drink water if you is available in a safe country anywhere. Generally, good authorities have actually made sure that water are processed correctly. If you're in a third world country and you're drinking from a pond and you've got no choice, well, you've got no choice. The lions and the cows and the donkeys drink, so do the human beings. They do know how to filter. But important thing we've all agreed is water is a must. So there is a natural pill, natural medicine, water and air and sunlight. Sharon, you have successfully delivered 75 years on the earth. You look radiant. You look bright. You know, you are quite a dynamic person as well. Has water played important part, and or was it your mental state of mind? Because that's what we are going to go to Wai Ching with. How important is a mental state of mind for ailments as well? So water and mental state of mind. Sharon, over to you.
Well, when you think about the fact that we're more than half water of our weight in the body, water is just something that is so natural to us. The problem today is that as we've been talking about the toxins and the chemicals in the water and also in the plastic bottles, so that I live up here with very pure water. It's very pure up here. We're at about 8,500 feet. And we take the water from our tap. If we're going somewhere, we put it in glass bottles. We don't use the plastic. And that's one good thing. But water itself, in Qigong, we always talk about water, that one should be like water. And water is like a mirror for us too. And when you think about, all the myths of in history of people looking into the water or using water as a way to expand their consciousness, there's so many areas where water is precious to us. And what's very sad is that all of these, what I've been reading about, all of these SSRIs, these drugs for consciousness, for emotions, they're now in the water system. And so we're very fortunate that we don't have that here, but that's going on all over the world. So we really need to think more about really how to take care of our planet. And that's why we're here at Healing Our Earth. How do we take care of our planet and all of these chemicals so that we can be more healthy? And of course, your emotions and your consciousness play a huge part in your healing. I believe that with my hips, eventually they were so, from the wear and tear, they were so, the cartilage was so worn that I had hip replacements. And I do want to mention with that if you have joint replacements, what you really need to do is welcome them into your body. And that's what I did. I really welcomed them in and talk to them and say, oh, thank you. And so that was 2006, and I am dancing, at 75, I'm dancing really. But you need to learn to take care of yourself so that when you're healing from a joint replacement, for example, I would sit with pillows propping up my legs. I would sit with my legs going open, and I would sit with pillows, and I'd put a little tanpura, I had a little small tanpura right in the bowl of my pelvis. And then I would play it and I would chant healing mantras and allow that energy to flow into the pelvis and really bring love. Really, it's loving yourself and bringing that love into the tissues. And even when I drink water, not all the time, but when I remember, I'm thanking the divine for this precious gift of water. And I'm thinking about how letting the water flow into every cell and, healing and innervating and, being a wonderful, wonderful gift to my body.
And Sharon, you've got both both the hip replacement, is that right?
Yes.
And what is the lifespan of hip replacement?
I know my parents had them for let's see, they lived to 90. They had them late 50s.
So you are lucky, you in 2006, so you're going to live about century anyway, so you are fine, it is okay. And do you feel you're completely healed? Does the pain ever come?
No.
So you have really nurtured.
In fact, I even had before, I had back pain, lower back pain. And my psoas muscle was very tight, and that was an emotional thing. There's all of these other factors with the hip replacement. It's not just the wear and tear. There's genetics, and then there were other factors of that has to do with the childhood sexual abuse. All of these factors that affect your consciousness of your pelvis and your female organs. So I worked on every level. And continually, I'm still doing my hip replacement exercises. I still do them. I'm very disciplined with that. But after the hip replacements, the back pain was gone too. And in fact, I do a lot of exercise now, especially these very deep, conscious, slow. Qigong has helped tremendously because Qigong is you're working to bring that qi, that prana, into the tissues, into every part of your body. And so I can tell you that the big advice I have for people, not only to welcome them as a new tool to give you freedom, but to really, really don't hurry with your pushing yourself once you have the surgery. Our friend we know, Lee Torsha, she just had a hip replacement. And so I'm giving her exercises. And it's really about allow yourself to take the time to truly heal and not push yourself to be out there running again very quickly, but really.
So the mental state of mind and peace of the mind is also very important in the process of healing and sustaining healing. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, it's extremely important.
So Sharon, stay around. We want to extrapolate further on that. We're going to come to Wai Ching to conclude, and we want to move on to Maureen because, she has got a different perspective because she's going to regenerate our joints from within over here. And before we go to Wai Ching for a conclusion of the water and your bits and various gadgets that you've got, we take a quick question from Lata, who is part of our team. Lata, unmute yourself and your question before we move over.
Well, this will be an open global namaste to everyone. This is really a very long-awaited subject. I think we should have more of these, Neil, and thank you very much for bringing it. But yeah, I mean, I've got several questions, but I think it'll be an open question. But I loved what you said just now. I resonate with everything you said, Sharon. That and Wai Chi about the chi and how that actually seems, something that's a bit far-fetched and all that doolally stuff, but it is so key, isn't it? I've realized this recently as well, and it really does work because clearing your head, clearing your body, your mind, your soul, your spirit, it just works all holistically and creates the healing that we need, and plus the water and all that. So self-care is so important. Not everybody can manage it or come to terms with it or understand it. So that's the sad part. Here we do, but there's a whole world out there that doesn't understand it. I think 95% of the population. How do we reach those guys? And my heart goes out because they're going through life with so much pain, and that pain comes out in other ways in the world we're living in. I mean, look at Steve Jobs. He was in pain. He died at 50, although he gave so much to the world. He couldn't cure himself or get himself healed because he was a victim of not having the right people around him. I think there's a lot of people like that in the world, in that circle as well. It's, quite apparent. I don't want to mention names, I'll stay neutral, but the guys who are in the news constantly, I think they need all this therapy as well, so desperately, so that they make the right decisions for the world and the population. And so that we can get rid of all the corruption, the bribes, the sexual acts, all the things that are not going right. So it would be so nice if we could find a way and a method to reach those, because we are the converted ones here, I think, we believe in all this, but how about reaching out to the greater population out there? And I think I wanted to also raise the question about lymphatic drainage system. I think that's also part of the chi, and working with that. I don't know. Enlighten me.
You want me to say something about MLD, manual lymphatic
Yes.
drainage?
Yes,
Okay.
Waiting, go ahead and then we conclude and go to Maureen. Okay, go ahead with Lata's question, please. Over to you.
Yeah, it's a question. MLD, I train people in that. It's a very light manipulation of the lymph nodes, working through the lymph nodes here at the underarms, the groin area, behind the knees, and so on. And I love that method because it's actually a little bit more like Qigong healing, Qigong massage. And it's just very, very light. And it's so interesting that if it's a little bit too much of a pressure, it actually misses the mark. It actually is very, the lymph node manipulation has to be very, very light. It's really a very beautiful way of working. So, I work with Masaru Emoto as well. And, with our thoughts, we change the crystalline quality of our blood, our bones, our muscles, everything in us. And so self-talk, self-love is so important. And I'm sure that a lot of you know about his work where he was able to slice, so to speak, the frozen water, ice, and check it under the microscope, and that if the water has been intentionalized with good thoughts, that it shows beautiful crystals, and if it has been transmitted with negative thoughts, then it shows very deformed crystals. And so that's a very important basis of understanding healing with water, and how also it affects our endocrine glands, which release the hormones, which is of course related to our emotive states, and how our endocrine glands, the pineal pituitary, the thyroid, the thymus, the adrenal glands, and the sacral glands are what we call the 7 chakras, and it's called the 7 wells. And so they actually produce our emotional stability and well-being. And of course, that links into the whole science of endocrinology and our beingness as hormonal beings as well, So women know that very well during menopause and also during the monthly cycle. But men also have their andropause, and they go through their cycles, except they don't know it. So they act a little bit also. We are emotional beings. So as soon as we understand ourselves as emotional beings and mental beings and physical beings, then we can work more holistically. It's interesting to have to compartmentalize in order to understand ourselves. But I think the water is very important. And we know this hydrogen, there's now hydrogen water as well, because that's missing. And there are a lot of additives in the water, like they're pouring mRNA into the water system as well. And yeah, that's very interesting. And then we're changing our gender genetic tendencies. As you know, the experiment of the male frogs. Is it the male frogs turning female? Yes, that's right. And also, of course, fluoridation in the water, that's really calcifying our pineal gland, if we want to talk about that. And we have to look at, to refer to Lata's comment about the corporations and the people who are pouring all these things into pure spring water and owning the pure sources of water. They want to own it. So we have to act, and then bottling the water to sell it to us at a very high price. Where does that come from? And so
Thank you, Wai-Ching, and we'll come to water in a environment episode that will bring in the women matters about menopause and pelvic, and we did cover it a bit earlier. Stay around. We're going to come back to you because I want to come with the gadgets and the creams and everything you've got, and also a retreat that you will be doing shortly. So we'll talk about it. Stay around. We'll be with you in a while. Let's go to our smiling Maureen in Canada, who has been patiently listening to us. And Maureen, Sharon, introduce Maureen to our audience, who is going to regenerate our joints from within. A global namaste to you in Canada, Maureen, and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
I'd like to introduce a bit about Maureen. We just met recently, and I experienced her IRT, Inner Resonance Technologies. It's a formula of questions that she has developed, which activate and catalyze your quantum superconscious self to clear any unresolved issues in your field at the signal level of informational energetic patterns. This neutralizes the interference patterns of static and resistance to allow a clear connection to your greatest, healthiest self, free of the old programs and fear that no longer serve your greater good. This all happens through your quantum superconscious, which is beyond time and space, therefore effortless, bringing you rapidly to a state of peace and happiness for no reason, and of course, to freedom. And that's what we're looking for these days. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Tell us, how did you develop, what led you to develop this?
Oh my goodness, that's a really interesting question. And first of all, I just want to say how delighted I am and how honored I am to be in such a circle of wise, educated, informed people here. And there's so much that I've been inspired to respond with and want to connect with. And I so appreciate Dr. Goswami and all of your wisdom and your information. And I love the segue that you provided for this particular session on consciousness. So I thank you for that and for many other things. And I also want to just say quickly that I'm also 75 this year. And so Sharon and I are 49ers. It was a good crop. We were saying in our joking way when I was recently in Crestone, and I've been in and out of Crestone since 94 and hadn't been down for years. And there was an event that that precipitated my my return. And so serendipitously, I met Sharon, and we have a lot of connections. Of course, it would be surprising if we had not, because our work is so similar, our consciousness is very similar, and we have very close friends in common. And, you know, when I first came to Crestone, I used to stay at the Sri Aurobindo Center with Cyril Showen, who spent 7 years in India with Sri Aurobindo and Mother. And so I have all those books, and my work is all about the cellular rejuvenation and youthening, if you want to call it that, of our physicality through the power of consciousness. And so while it's so important to have knowledge and understanding and products and ways of interfacing and helping the body, the focus of IRT, Inner Resonance Technologies, activates the inner pharmacy that we have that have the receptors already for everything that we are imbibing and introducing into our body as a self-healing machine. And so IRT is, as Sharon said, is a formula of questions that activates and catalyzes the part of you that knows everything, that has an awareness of even what your soul's journey is, and helps us to really wake up and remember the greater truth of who we are as consciousness, as spiritual beings. We talk about all the different other aspects of ourselves. And it's a whole systems approach. And so, yes, are you a revolutionary, evolutionary? I have a new program to regenerate teeth and gums. And the truth is, there is history, especially in India, of immortals, people that are regenerating their bodies and living to 300, 600 and more years. And that's all government documented. So we do have the program of regeneration and rejuvenation. And the body is a miracle machine. It's an alchemical quantum supercomputer. And what I learned from the Resonant Science project, which is Nassim Haramein's unified field work, there's a biophysicist, Dr. William Brown, and he talks of the body as having 100 trillion cells. I've studied Dr. Bruce Lipton's work, if anyone knows of him, and my work is resourced on his website and his 2 later books. So I'm really feeling very blessed about that. But Dr. William Brown talks about 100 trillion cells. Trillions is good enough for me. That's a huge number. And each neuron in that trillion cellular system has 100,000 potential connections. And each one of those 100,000 potential connections of each neuron has 85 billion wormholes into other dimensional realities. So truly, we're breathing source energy, we're breathing spirit, we're breathing limitless potential from the field of consciousness into this quantum supercomputer that is instantly responding to what's in our field. And so while we're busy dealing with the effects of unresolved issues, whether, as someone said, it could be an injury or an accident that still has an unresolved trauma reverberating in our field, that creates static and resistance to a clear signal of our bodies being able to rejuvenate. And it's my personal belief that aging is caused by a buildup of stress and unresolved issues, so that we don't have that clear signal, because the body is always making an effort to regenerate itself. That's its job. And it's a self-healing machine. So what I discovered is that when you clear any a no longer relevant stress, put it under that big umbrella of stress, unresolved information that sits in patterns of energy, energetic patterns in our field, go to a signal, because the body is like a radio. It's receiving the signals and acting out what is in our field. There's a scientist, Dr. Candace Pert, who wrote the book Molecules of Emotion. And she discovered neuropeptides, the emotional component. And as Dr. Waching was talking about, when there's unresolved, maybe there's an accident or an injury, and at the same time, there was an emotional trauma that happened. And if that emotional trauma isn't resolved, it interferes with the body's mechanisms to heal itself and to regenerate itself. And so once the emotional unresolved issue is resolved, then the body instantly responds to be whole. And so it's really interesting when you start looking at things from that different point of consciousness, that consciousness actually runs the body, and the body's always listening to what you say and what you're feeling and what you're thinking, and it gives you a readout. So Dr. Candace Pert believed that the body was the subconscious mind. And yet I learned later that the body is just responding and reflecting to what's unresolved in the subconscious mind, and also in the field, because we are part of each other just by breathing. We're physically one by breathing, because we're all recycled. We're breathing the same atmosphere from the beginning of time. And so scientists like David Suzuki will tell us that we're breathing in particles of memory from the whole history of the planet. So we are part of the collective syndrome, if you will, and all of the unresolved collective noise that bombards us every day, whether it be the buildup of memory or the EMFs or whatever. And so the more that we can maintain a balanced homeostasis and be in harmony within our own selves and be aligned with our happiness and our purpose, because purpose has a wonderful efficacy when people feel that they have meaning in their life and purpose. They are happier, they are healthier, and it's easier for them to align. So I feel like I'm just talking a lot here, and please forgive me. I'm just so excited to be here and share these concepts with you, because it's been my experience doing this work for 34 years that people have healed broken bones in 10 minutes doing this protocol. We all have the program. It's not magic, it's science. And so having studied quantum physics and cellular biology, mostly through Dr. Bruce Lipton and Nassim Haramein's Resonance Academy, but other places too, it's just really reinforced my understandings of whole systems and how important it is to integrate all of our perspectives. I just recently had a heart attack in May 26th in Ibiza, Spain. I was there for a Holo Movement conference of humanitarians changing the world. And I guess it must have been building up for a very long time, and unresolved family issues, that sort of thing that I thought I was, okay with. But I guess there was, all that buildup unbeknownst to me. And so I had this heart attack, emergency surgery, midnight on a Saturday night, and one artery was 100% blocked, and they put 2 stents in that. The second was 70% blocked. So they were looking for the 70% 2 or 3 days later, and they couldn't find it, because with 150 very conscious people sending me love and healing prayers, and with my own work on my own self in the ICU, we're having a really good time, by the way. The Spanish medical system is amazing, and the people were really wonderful and very heart-based. And so I had instant healing, and 3 days later, they were looking for the 70%. They couldn't find it in the sonogram. And so they ended up doing a second catheterization to have a look inside, and they could not find any blockage. It was completely and totally clear. And so I'm considered a medical miracle. However, it's just applied love, applied prayer, applied consciousness, applied, of my own work to my own self. So we all have the program. So it's my joy and my purpose and my mission to help people wake up to that next level of contributing to their own health, where, we, with Dr. Emoto's work that's been mentioned, we can heal the water that heals us, and we can change the consciousness of everything through intention and through love and through thought and through higher mind, because that's who we truly are. So that's exciting to me, to be on that next level of contributing to all the fields of human endeavor, and to be able to bring consciousness and clarity and freedom of all the old paradigm, of all the old misperceptions, all the old trauma. I mean, we are sitting in such collective trauma at this, brink of the next possible 6th mass extinction of the planet. And yet I have faith, I have positive hope and knowingness that we can shift things in the twinkling of an eye by shifting our perception. And so this is what I bring to the table. And so I help people rejuvenate their joints. And I've helped many people that have gone through joint surgery as well, whether it's knee or hip replacements, to really clear all of the back buildup of what created the wear down. and all the stress and all the eating away of the body, and all the emotional and mental components, any genetic components, because we know now that we're not subject to our genetic inheritance, according to Dr. Bruce Lipton, and he won the Japanese Goi Peace Prize in 2009 for that understanding and for that science, that we're not a victim to anything outside of ourselves anymore, that we have another power from within us of consciousness that then can work together with everything else that we're doing to support ourselves and bring us into this next level of our potential.
Well done, Maureen. Different perspective, obviously part of integrated health. So I think we should also have you during Sharon's session in integrated health. Let's go to an expert, our spinal surgeon. Ankul, what did we learn from this integrative care that we can include in here? What did you think of it?
Absolutely, absolutely fascinating. Not only that, these are the things which have been well known in the past, but unfortunately, in our current system of medicine, we have seemed to have sort of sidelined it. But in reality, that's what we are ultimately going to go into in future. As I was telling right in the beginning, that the science as it grew up was typically what we call as a Newtonian physics. That you use a particular method of understanding things in a certain way and you appreciated it. But the science has progressed far ahead of medicine, because they've gone from conventional Newtonian physics to quantum physics. But we are, in our medicine, are still stuck partly in the Newtonian system, and we are still not been able to look into the holistic or the Newtonian, what you call the consciousness elements and the what do you call that the quantum physics, the quantum part of it. So I think we are slowly going to go into that, because you'll be quite surprised when I go into the spinal clinic and I go to the pain clinics and all. I used to attend the pain conferences before about 20-25 years ago, and now there's a huge change of the literature. The people talk very differently, and I said, it's delightful to just hear people talking differently from what we used to listen about 30 years ago, when I used to be talking about genes and chromosomes and the type of cells and the type of peptides and various kind of chemicals. Nowadays, people will say, well, how do I, supposingly the patients come and ask me, doc, what is it that is giving you the problem? What is giving me the pain? I said, see, there are a whole lot of cytokines. The only way I can tell you is that I can get a part of your disc tissue out. I can have the type of RNA checked, and I'll say at the end of it, it is this particular chemical this is producing. And we can have the various biogenetics and other kind of genetic materials, and we can change the cellular components. Let me tell you that about 35 years ago, when I was doing my spinal, fellowship, I was very confident that in another 10, 15 years, the intervertebral disc degeneration will stop. We'll have the right material. So I, and along with we were very excited that we are going to make changes in the genes, and ultimately those chemicals will not be produced anymore, and people will be free of back pain forever. It never happened. It never happened. 5 years went to 10 years to 15 years and 20, 25 years. And we are still taking many, many steps back and saying that we as surgeons have completely left it. We said, you pain people, you can manage it. The reality is we have even modified the genes of viruses. We have put the right type of things into those viruses and try to see if we can change the genetics of the cells, the chondroids, the cartilage cells in the intervertebral discs. And what happened? Goodness heavens, the things went crazy. You had abnormal growth of cells, and there were tumorous cells growing inside the intervertebral disc. So we took 2 steps back. And he says, we are playing with Mother Nature. It's not something that we are meant to be playing with. And it is, so I have ultimately realized that let us see what the body speaks. Don't mess up too much around with it, and try to go as the things go and try to work along it. And I'm sure over the period of time, we will go into much more of the quantum concepts of taking the more holistic methods rather than trying to be saying that we will manage it all by doing everything the way that we can do in a conventional medicine. Things will change. Things will change.
Yes, and they are changing. I agree. And what I also wanted to add is that we know that for the level of complexity that's built into any particular system, there's a corresponding simplicity of access. This is a basic scientific law, often called Occam's razor. If you have more than one solution, always take the simplest. And so that's what IRT represents, is a simple solution, because at the conscious level, we can only know so much, as you say. The liver is doing 100,000 enzymatic processes every second. How can we consciously interact and interfere, with that or any of the body systems that are so incredibly complex? The brain, oh my goodness, still haven't figured that one out. And yet, we're doing our best with the discoveries and the ways we have of doing medical miracles in the medical system. I mean, good heavens, I'm grateful, for the surgery that saved my life, for my heart. And I'm also grateful for the love and the quantum aspects that healed all the background causal factors, plus everything associated, connected with it, that I wouldn't have the ability to consciously to figure out, because everything is known on another level. And at the conscious level, we're aware of about 5% of our overall, informational matrix that we're breathing in. And of that 5%, Dr. Bruce Lipton teaches that we have that 99.9% of that 5% of what we're consciously aware of is looping up from the old programs. So we have 0.1% access to original thought beyond program. And so we want more. We want to access more of that field of consciousness and, be able to delegate up into the part of us that does know all the intricacies, and then defer to that ability to shift it in that quantum reality where things have a different relationship to time, timeless, in other words. And so it speeds things up. And at the very least of things, IRT clears any interference that's no longer relevant or necessary, so that the healing techniques and the things that we are able to help ourselves with have a greater ability to be more efficient and do their job in a cleaner, faster way, more permanently, without as much repetition. So it makes things more efficient. And I love that about it. So I just wanted to put those couple of aspects in there.
Thank you, Maureen. And let's remind people that if they want to visit your website and want to know more about it, then it's very simple, as her name and her surname, Maureen Edwardson, just .com. If you put it in there, you can see various aspects that she covers over there, and you can read more about Maureen and maybe how to consult. But do visit the website, and we wish Maureen all the best. Maureen, stay around. We'll come back and take some more comments. Because
Thank you. I just want to add one small thing in. Thank you so much for showing my website. When people go to my website and they contact me, especially from an event like this, I'm really happy to do a complimentary session for everybody, because it's an experiential from the inside out that really wakes up a different part of ourselves. So I'm offering that out to each of you today.
What a
I would
wonderful
like to bring you
offer.
back for an
Yes.
integrated health episode, and you could put us all through this.
I was hoping, yes, but it's a different structure. So yeah, at some point I would love to do that.
Yes, we can bring you. We've got a women episode happening next week, and we've got integrated health. And maybe for whoever is awake and listening to that, just look at the website. Not just now, Maureen is ready to give you a complimentary session if you are there. And then any extra sessions, she can negotiate with you over there. Maureen, thank you very much. Stay around. Wellness and well-being seems to be the way forward. And talking about that, let's go quickly, because Wai Ching is about to go in October to one of the retreat there in Mallorca. Wai Ching, let's tell quickly people what you are going to do before we take comments from Anjali and Dr. Lakshmi and Lata. Over to you, Wai Ching.
Oh, thank you for your support, Neil, always. So I'm going to the Body, Mind, Soul Mallorca event. You're all invited with a special discount. And it's going to be pretty scientific as well, Dr. Goswami. It's going to be very interesting because there are quite a lot of scientists who will be presenting. And I'll be presenting Infinity Quantum Qigong, which is, Maureen, it's traditional wisdom into quantum science. So we access the codes from the quantum field, known as the Wuji in Infinity Quantum Qigong. So that's the traditional part of it. So I'll be taking people through a workshop. That's 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, and it's all with 1 hour presentation. By the way, it's an excellent deal. If I'm just supporting them because the organizers, the first time they'll be 2025, and we have an incredible lineup already. I would love to invite you to be a speaker there as well, because I've been given that right by and also Sharon and Dr. Goswami as well, is that to come join us again 2025. And we are, let's see, what do I have to say about that? Oh, yes, incredible. I'm sort of advertising, promoting, but for 650 euros, it's actually 3 nights and 3 nights and 4 days with full meals, overseen by 2 master chefs, and then all the speakers and all the workshops. So I know it's excellent, isn't it? And accommodation is, if you're a couple, then it's private. Otherwise, it's a shared. I think it's excellent deal. So thank you, Neil. And also, I'll be teaching a private group. There are 50 people in Turkey after that, but it's a private group, and also under a Russian guru. And then going to Japan also to address some of the most wonderful doctors, Dr. Ryan Cole, Dr. Merrill Nass, Dr. Robert Malone, Paul Merrick, and Dr. Pierre Corey as well. You know, they'll be there. So I'm looking forward to spending more time with them because I'm part of the World Council for Health. And we want to activate this all over the world and serve the grassroots. We are grassroots and we want to help people there. And actually, Maureen, I want to say that I'm very interested in your teeth regeneration program. I think that's so far out because, you know, I know that with my work that we are able to make cellular changes. And so that is a fascinating trajectory to go. So I'll give you a call.
Thank you,
Thank you.
I think just connect to maureenedwardson.com. You will get into touch, and then Sharon will also put you directly via phone number. Maureen is very good at replying and answer. So Maureen, you are good at social media. I like people who are very swift and sharp, which is very good. Anjali, you can connect with Maureen as well. You can connect through Amrita if you want, or Vaishali, or Sharon, or go to the website. Lata, it applies to you. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, it applies to you. Anupul, you can explore more and bring them into our family. Let's flourish together. So it's very useful. And just before we go ahead, Sharon, you had a comment you wanted to mention.
Yes. I wanted to read to you, there was an article which I'm putting into the chat by Robert Kennedy Jr., who is really on the forefront of fighting for healthcare, a new vision of healthcare. And I just wanted to read you from this article one of the points that he made that he would like to bring forth. Let's see, where was it? Oh, here it is. Devote half of research budgets from the National Institute of Health toward preventative, alternative, and holistic approaches to health. In the current system, researchers don't have enough incentive to study generic drugs and root cause therapies that look at things like diet. So there is, whatever you think of Trump, whatever you think of these people, whatever you've heard from the insane media that wants to just destroy everybody, this is a beautiful article to read because it really brings forth a new vision of healthcare that's very much in alignment with everything that we're talking about. So I'm putting it in the chat. I've been very inspired by what he has to say, Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan, about, it's all the issues that we talk about right here, and he brings them forth. So I encourage you all to
It's
check
in
it
your
out.
chat. If you want to read it, just click on it, and then you can know more about it. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you've been here for an hour or so. What have you enjoyed, and have you learned anything new?
Always something new I'm learning. whenever we attend this program. Today, I liked Maureen's talk. It was very nice and very intricately developed talk. I wish I can listen to you more. And of course, Sharon, as usual, after such a long time, I'm seeing you. You're looking wonderful. And talking about water, I said water is such an important part of our body. People, they drink, they don't drink, but it's so important that, it helps the brain. Especially, I go through, all of us go through old age, and that's the time when, the shortage of water creates maximum problem, because we tend to drink less water. So it is very important that all people above 60 must drink at least 8 glasses of water. This is very important so that the metabolism works smoothly. So this I just wanted to convey to all of you, because I also feel that if I don't drink enough water, I become a little forgetful, or if something happens. So drink a lot of water, very important.
So Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you resonate with us. The first medicine in life jointly is oxygen and water. Sometimes you are taking medicines wrong. You don't need them. You are dehydrated. Your organs are not got water in it, because you need to have water to flourish them and rejuvenate them. Water in many good countries is free. Consume it. Bottled plastic water, we are not very sure, because there are so much data coming out. So be wise and drink what you can safely. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you said you wish you can listen to Maureen more. Well, she has offered, and you can offer it to your group as well, that if they just mention Healing Our Earth, go to her website, which is very simple, as her name, MaureenEdwardson.com. Go in there, and she will try to facilitate each one of you a free coaching session or guide you correctly. And this applies to you, Anjali, in your university and college. Anybody can connect to Maureen, even if they want to ask her a question or research. Lata, this applies to you. Send it to our group who are part of your WhatsApp group. Tell them if you want to send the website first, maureenedwardson.com, and say if you wish to have an initial consultation free, just mention Healing Our Earth and she will oblige. Amrita, if you could put it in the group, in the integrated group and the Ayurveda group, that will be very useful. So let's grow our community. Waiching, it applies to you. You're going to be one of the first one who will be directly in touch with Maureen, but you can even give our World Council, if they want to bring her or want to chit chat, please do so. Uncle, this applies to you as well. You can offer people free surgery if they contact Maureen, So, your surgery are normally $10,000 plus. And, if they contact Maureen, you might give them a free surgery. Let's grow our family. This is what we like. Don't forget, Waiching is involved in a couple of retreats. He's our roving gallivanting ambassador. He's in different country at different times. And during pandemic, she was there every week there, bringing different aspects. So it's beautiful. Amrita, you've been listening calmly, and you are obviously our senior anchor here and a producer and a super admin at Healing Our Earth who connects people together as well. What do you think of the blend and mixture of expertise we had from wellness, well-being, ache, physiotherapy, chiropractor, including surgeons, and what Sharon is a proof, both hip replacement, and she has nurtured the hip replacement with her healing energies and let it heal very nicely. Your thoughts, Amrita?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Well, I will just say one word, which is fantastic. So,
And do you feel
because
Do you feel
Yeah.
we brought knowledge to the consumer level as well?
Yes, definitely. And I think I always propose that this kind of a blend of combination of versatility in therapies and different kind of modulated techniques of healing are very important for every individual to know, because you never know for your illness what trick of trade hits you well and then you get better. So, and moreover, most of the holistic ways are the ways that are non-pharmacological, that can be easily done. They can be taken up without side effects. And in fact, they harness your soul. So I was listening to the whole episode where we touched not only the physical parameters of health, but we also touched the mental and spiritual parameters of health, which are always equally important. And for any disease or any disorder, you can fight from that only when your inner life force is good, when you have the will to win from a particular situation, and you get a right guidance in an appropriate way with a proximity of 360-degree. So that is very, very essential, I think, for healing in different ways. As a practitioner, I'm experiencing this as an individual, as a mother, as well as a human being. I think this is one of the very important things, and I'm really happy for you and very thankful to you, our director, Neil Kumar, for bringing such lovely souls at this platform who give their valuable time as well as inputs to share and bring in something more best. So it's really important to also give all these things on practical basis. So let's move further to have a foundation of something that we can help people and harness people globally on and heal the earth. Thank you.
And the reason why it's nice to bring these kind of sessions is because it's us as a family who join each other and bring so many people. Our producers like yourself, Sharon, Rotarian Lal Goyal, Dr. Lalit Sodha, who are so much always enthusiastic of uniting the community together and bringing these facets, knowledge, tips free of charge globally. Because while we are now live over here, stretching 1 hour extra, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia who are sleeping, Australia, New Zealand, when they wake up, they watch the recording program, and together all the experts unite and they bring so many facets that is very, very useful. And two of the people who have been here before the start of the episode and right now over here, our new resident contributors, Ankul Goswami, orthopedic and spinal surgeon, and Dr. Anjali Agarwal in Hyderabad, have been here before the start of episode like you, Amrita, and right through over here. Anjali, what are your thoughts and did you enjoy? What do you feel when you are at Healing Our Earth episode?
Just wow, just awesome. As I'll just add on to what Amrita has already mentioned. It's like coming together of the best individuals who want to really heal people generally. So all claps for everyone who's been here. So motivating and so enlightening to hear. And thank you, Dr. Anukul. It's been wonderful hearing you, because generally I work with orthopedic surgeons and very lucky to have heard you today. Thank you so much.
And normally they don't have too much time because they are operating and cutting people up. But our Anukul says, hey, no problem. I'll do that some other time. He has actually now become philanthropic. Vedant, he loves Vedanta. And he has gone next step because he's actually mixing, in fact, some exciting things we are discussing with him and other people. So it'll be so nice. And again, he has been there from the 0 hours right to right now. And Anukul, how do you feel at Healing Our Earth? Do you feel we are growing as a community? And do you feel good and you grow at Healing Our Earth?
I feel very, very good about it, because I think at least there are many people are thinking and coming together. I know that, as I was telling in the beginning, many of the people tend to work in silos. The chiropractors, the osteopaths, the what do you call, the quantum physics people, they all seem to be working in silos. But it is. I was just talking to Amrita in the morning today, and it was very nice to know that she's working in the IT along with the proper engineers and physicists to see how they can correlate with all this kind of issues. And when I was in the mountains, I used to see lots of these saints and sadhus and all who used to be staying in the caves. And surprisingly, and I do not know, I would like to know from others, how often have you seen sadhus falling sick in the hospitals? I've never seen one. What happens to them? How do they manage themselves? So it's often raised in my mind that I never seen a sadhu, I never operated on anybody, but there are numerous, thousands and thousands of them. And I will not forget one of the episodes that happened in India. One of these sadhus who was actually an electrical engineer was around 45, 50 years of age, and I was only about 25 or 26. I was a medical officer with the army. And he came down and he just said, I've got this small lump in my, I stay in a cave. He came with the one sheet of paper. It was minus 17 or minus 18. I was working in the mountains. And he just came down, can you just remove this lump? I'm in a bit of a trouble. So I said, what happens is that when I sleep at night, it touches the cold wall in the cave. And so I wake up because of that. So I said, all right, I'll take it off, but I just have to wait for a day. Tomorrow, my anesthetic colleague is going to come. And I said, then he says, no, don't worry. You just take it off. Don't worry. It'll not cause any problems. So I said, at least I'll give you some local anesthetic. It was a big lump in the forearm. It was basically a big lipoma. So I took it off and with a bit of local anesthetic, of course. And then I put a corrugated rubber. We use it for drainage. And then after removing the thing, then I gave a dressing. I said, I'll please come back after 2 days and I will remove the corrugated drain and do a change of dressing. And mind you, that's the place totally away. I said it was about 6 or 7 days of walk to the nearest roadhead. And then he came, and as soon as I opened the dressing and touched the corrugated, he hit the ceiling. He had watched the whole operation without any hassle by keeping his arm on the table, and I operated. And he looked at it right through. Then I said, what happened? Then he said, no, no, doc, you just have to tell me for 30 seconds. I said, why? How do you do that? He says, no, you will not understand it. And I look back and think of it as how did he manage to do it? He watched the whole thing and he said, no, I have to separate myself from my body. And it has struck me. And after a long time, over the last 15, 20 years that I'm doing this Vedanta, other kind of stuff, it is amazing how this man, just without any hassles, could separate. And he just needs 30 seconds to do that. And he doesn't have a concept of cold. He was putting on a small sheet of cloth. And why we are always putting our big thick of army coats and jackets and stuff like that. It is just amazing what these people can do. And if only you can transcend your body, your normal physical self. And this ability is just phenomenal. So as I said, when I've seen many of these events, it often gets me wonderstruck. I've also seen people who are completely unconscious, paralyzed. A lady from Afghanistan who had come was here in this country, was brought in as a refugee, and she was on a trolley for nearly 6 or 8 months, undergoing various investigations. She was brought to my clinic and they said that he's paralyzed, but we cannot figure out what's going on, and she's completely paralyzed. And when I went into the history, basically there was no communication. There's a poor communication. So I sat with her for nearly an hour and a half and then collected the information. It all starts from a very simple stuff that her son used to be helping the American and the English army with the various food. And they came and warned that we're going to kill your son. And when he had opened one day, his son was playing around about must be 14 or 15 years of age. And somebody came and put a gun in his head and blew it off. And she had seen this particular scene happening in front of her. And since then, she's paralyzed. So the reality is that trauma of events can completely paralyze people. And I've had similar situations in India because I was very much in psychiatry involved, and I used to do a lot of, along with psychiatrists, and a lot of narco analysis on people who have been paralyzed for various things, including people who got girls who would get married and paralyzed after that just because of the fear of getting sexually involved. And all these things play in the mind. So reality is this physical self is very much connected to your body and emotions. And I like seeing what kind of things are happening to people physically just because of these super conscious levels of activities. Anyway, I think I've just given some crux of the stories, but there are many,
Thank
many
you.
things
This
to it.
is really wonderful, Dr. Anukul, and this is what is required basically when I talk about all these stuff. This is so important to connect the medical grounds of connection of all these things in relation to your subconscious and conscious understanding, which is very much required. And I think you can be a very valuable asset for our society and the world to explore and give them the lessons of what is true and how we can explore the truth to move ahead, actually. So wonderful. Thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Anukul. Now we are going to wind down and close up. So I'm going to go around 1 minute to each one of you. If you give your concluding comment, please, so then we can close off. Anukul, just to answer your question, have you seen sadhus in a hospital or not? Very simple. Sadhus breathe air. Sadhus lives in an open air. Sadhu takes morning sun. Sadhu drinks water. And sadhu doesn't carry material world with them. They are very simple and not attached. My concluding will tell you how to live maybe happily. Let's move on to Maureen. Maureen, your 1 minute closing statement, please. Over to you.
Thank you. I wanted to contribute a practical solution for joints and rejuvenation. And so we have stem cells within us. And so our consciousness and can direct those stem cells into the joint area. And we know that when organs are being created in a petri dish, they're given the structure that informs the stem cells of how to behave. So when you direct the stem cells into the joints through your conscious intention, then when they get there, they know how to rejuvenate that particular joint. So that's just a tip for rejuvenating your joints as we finish up this topic today. Thank you. And thank you so much. I've really enjoyed everyone.
Thank you, Maureen. It's wonderful to know you had a good experience at Healing Our Earth. You are now part of the family. You can connect to whoever you like. Sharon is your main source. She will connect you anywhere because she's connected with everybody. Maureen, stay around. Let's go to Lata, your 1 minute conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it was extensively enjoyable, learning so many old and new things, a combination of, I just couldn't help but think of how I don't know how many of us have heard of Jesus Christ, how he cured people without any surgery, the lame, the sick, the blind, and even brought them back to life. So he used obviously some kind of quantum physics because he knew it. He knew he was the creator of it. So what we need to do is align ourselves with those spiritual beings, and then they teach us the pathways to learn and pick up this knowledge and bring us, the healing that we so much desire. Since I've been on Healing Our Earth, I have really improved my well-being and health. So I'm very, very, very grateful.
Thank you, Lata. Well, there you are. Lata says Healing Our Earth has helped her. In fact, more than 6,000 contributors who are all experts have enjoyed. When it was pandemic, the experts didn't know how to communicate, and that's why we opened Healing Our Earth. We showed them the way how to communicate, how to make friends, how to not worry about inanimate objects. And the whole purpose of Healing Our Earth is there. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, your 1 minute closing statement. Over to you.
I have learned a lot from this program. I've been regularly attending most of the sessions on a good, basis, and I look forward for this program every Sunday. And I really appreciate Neil Kumar as well as Amrita, who's been a boost to the entire program. And thanks to both of you, you've been doing a wonderful job. And I look forward for this program every Sunday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. She represents the Hindu Forum of Europe in the European parliaments and Healing Our Earth. So it's wonderful to have her. She's very regular with us over here. Wai Ching has been a long-standing member of Healing Our Earth, particularly during pandemic, and subsequently she brought so many people from Ecuador, Venezuela, and the South American countries, Malaysia, Indonesia. Wai Ching, your closing statement.
Sharon. And Sharon too. Brought Sharon in.
And your closing statement, please.
Yeah, I'm just feeling another tip, right? Following Maureen's revelation about stem cells is that within our own bodies, the stem cells are available, and through the meditation and getting to our core of our essence is that one little technique is that we can focus in during our meditation practice on the navel, and there I've been told, right, by the guides to actually focus on the consciousness of the umbilical cord and the stem blood, cord blood, and to enter into the DNA aspects of ourselves through our biological parents to the divine mother and father, and then beyond that. So that is what I'd like to finish with, is that if we do our meditations, that is one technique that has been really powerful for myself and the people I work with. And so I'm just so grateful for this Healing Our Earth from the times that we've known each other. Neil, thank you so much. And seeing all the new souls coming in, like Amrita and Dr. Goswami. It's just, I just feel very heartened that we are on the right path to creating the golden matrix of the new earth.
Thank you, Wai Ching. We are on the right path. Keep on plodding on for the golden matrix and maybe platinum matrix and maybe even anything. Let's go and reach the earth into a different dimension. Anjali, your closing. Anjali, just before we come to you, let's go to USA with Judith. Judith, we always ask her to chant a mantra of Shiva first, and she chants Shiva mantra so nicely, and she, over the minute, will be talking about acupuncture experience she has had. Judith, you want to chant the mantra and then tell us about acupuncture?
Oh my goodness. Can you hear me? Wow. As my revelation of Lord Shiva, correct?
Correct, yes.
Has been that he is a guardian. I've had many revelations in my dreams concerning as I speak to the Lord about what, all these different things that I'm learning, and vividly seeing the Lord Shiva as a guardian, where he stands, not only him, but many of the other deities. So I'm getting into a bigger understanding of it. But Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo. Learning how to pay respect to many of the deities that are out there, bringing us the awareness of what we have right now, all these understanding of quantum physics, all this information, all this knowledge is coming from the spiritual realm. And we must acknowledge and give respect to all these deities that God have allowed to teach us with these wonderful wisdoms, and use it properly. And we have to use caution also, that we know which deity we're getting these from, and then we honor people by freely giving it to them. As the Lord Jesus Christ taught us, freely you give, freely you've been given, freely you give. So there's been many instances where he was in a crowd and people's face, like one woman who had an issue of blood, he was like, I could only touch his garment I will be healed. And in the midst of everyone, she touched his garment and he said, someone touched me, because he felt energy leave him. I've had many experiences, even with my acupuncturist, when I started going to an acupuncturist, because I had this pain that would not go away. And she explained a lot of things to me. But then not only that, she talked to me about my liver and how other spiritual experiences and the connections that we were making. And my body started to heal. I was not able to lose weight. I started to lose weight on a health. I mean, it was just, everything just works together. And we have to understand to honor one another when it comes to spirituality, that we all are brothers and sisters under one supreme God, who's given us many of these other deities who go to him and say, this is what's going on the earth. And he's given each of them things to do. So we have to first understand, as we honor this temple that holds the breath of God, that we know exactly how to honor these gifts that he's given to us to share with humanity. Because there's so much false teachers out there. This information is getting wrongly dispersed. So take this mantle and use it properly. And Dr. Wai Ching, I started studying about Qigong. Qigong because of my acupuncturist. So thank you guys very much. You're doing a fantastic work. Let's remember, honor the deities properly, but mainly honor the Almighty as Christ has taught us to honor him, not as these fake teachers, but as the truth that he is. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Judith. Well, there you go, Judith. She's saying we are all one big family, and trust and have a faith in whoever you are believing in. There is one supreme power over there, and it helps as well. So to have a faith is good. So Lata started with Jesus. Judith went with Shiva and Jesus over there. So whatever you've got faith in, whoever you've got faith in, however you've got faith in, and most importantly, have a faith with your soul, because therein lies the whole root of happiness. If your soul is at peace, you will be wonderful and be happy. Dr. Anjali, your minute closing statement before we officially close. And Mita, keep your minute ready as well. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Neilji, Amrita, Dr. Anukul, Dr. Y, Dr. Sharon, Maureen, Lata, Dr. Lakshmi, and Meetaji. You have been wonderful, Meetaji, because you have not spoken. And I've been watching all over what you have been posting with Ganesh festival going on, adding a lot of magic to what we did today. So thank you for the vibrant family. We all came together today to more healing and to more well-being of everyone. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, Anjali. We'll be shortly just closing. Mita, you can unmute yourself and your minute closing statement. Did you enjoy the Ganesh Visarjan?
Global namaste to everyone, and good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Yes, really enjoyed today being part of the Healing Our Earth platform. I was in between, able to catch up what's happening. Quantum mechanics, quantum physics is something very much of my favorite, because I'm a physicist myself. So yes, I'm going to watch this program again. And thank you so much, Anjali, Dr. Anjali, for your kind words about the Ganesha festival. The mayor of Woking, who I invited just an hour before the festival where she arrived, she is a proper English British, born in England. And she said she has never seen anything like this ever in her life. So she was so thrilled she's a friend of mine, and we worked together for many projects. And she was so thrilled to be part of that, the exuberance, the light energy between everyone. And I saw people from other faiths when we were taking the picture at the end of the festival, from Islam as well, joining, who were like just around the corner in the park, because there is some play area where children come and play with the families. And it's a metaphor of our life over here, as I can regard the Visarjan process, or the dissolving of this Lord Ganesha, who comes and stays with us for 11 days, and within that 11 days we can decide one of the odd days when we take the biodegradable murti or idol of Lord Ganesha for Visarjan. It's like we all come to this world and will go. So we invite him again to come and live as a family member next year. But it reminds us that we are here for a short period, and how wonderfully we can say goodbye. So we say goodbye to him with a band, a traditional band dancing. So yeah, so I was sorry involved most of the time in that. So missed out the one of my favorite topics. So I'm going to watch it later. But thank you so much for making me part of Healing Our Earth. It's a wonderful platform, and more things will be bringing together through via this platform.
Thank you, Mita. So Mita enjoyed Ganesh Visarjan. All of you have been here. You've all had a chance to speak. It's so wonderful to have you. Just before you close, my simple tips of life. If you want to be happy, drink water regularly, breathe regularly. If you've got any grudge, vengeance, and hatred or anything, it is not profitable spiritually nor body-wise. Throw it away. People say forgive people. I say you forgive, forget, and bless the people who have hurt you, because they've made you stronger. They've made you more powerful. Okay? And in your journey, the less you are attached with anything. So Ankul asked why the sadhus are not too much affected. They don't want to own a car and a TV and a phone and a cloth and a tie and a suit and a shoes they don't own many things. When you don't have many things, either in your room or a bedroom or your house, you're very powerful because you are not attached and driven by material. So very simple life, breathe well, drink water well, get a bit of sunlight, feel good, feel happy, and life will be blissful. Sharon, over to you and Amrita. Just before you two conclude, shall we tell people what is the next week's episode? So here it goes, and let's tell them. Again, we are very much supported, more than 70%, like our body, we are supported by women. So guess what the next week's episode is?
Next week, Sunday, 15th September 2024, 2 p.m. BST onwards at Healing Our Earth. Today's women uniting for a better tomorrow and into the 22nd century. Glow women, human values, honesty, love, peace, truth, unity, and beauty. I will be live from the Crestone Energy Fair with all kinds of building alternative energy. I'm going to be on a panel, which we're going to film so we can put on Healing Our Earth, about the role of movement in healing. And it will be a wonderful, wonderful show next week. These Glow Women shows bring the power and beauty and grace and so much more of women throughout the world. And that's why we're at Healing Our Earth, to bring you this true joy and true
Sharon,
and love.
And Sharon, we try to find different producers before we launch the website next year from different countries. So the next Sunday is from Mauritius, from Gayatri Sambhu and Shaiksa Sambhu. And then we will move to India with Rotary and Lal Boyle. And then we come to America, where although you are busy, you will try to come live. But all you women, you are always invited. You can become the panelist. You can give your comments later. It's for the women, of the women, by the women. The men can also come and give their opinion, because the world is made of men, woman, and 3 other genders which are coming into the system. But it's very important. And at Healing Our Earth, like the body, which is more than 70% water, Healing Our Earth is more than 70% made of women. Uncle, you've got guts because in the spotlight of 9 people, you are the only man. I'm hiding in the gallery. So we are very proud of you and we want everybody's opinion. Well, it's time to say that I love you all. And for those people who are connected to us on the YouTube, Facebook, website, and the partner media channels, we are very grateful that you are connected and you chit chat with us and send the questions. Dr. Amrita Sharma and Sharon, let's wind up now for this session. We are live, beaming, and streaming to many channels. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Sharon, would you like to say something before we wind up?
I'd like to say Om Shanti. Let us work, open our hearts, and bring true healing and peace to the world.
Thank you. So it was one of the very, very fruitful episodes. My special thanks to Dr. Anukul, who has been there since the beginning till the end, to Dr. Anjali, who is still there at midnight with us. A special thanks to Dr. Lalit Sodha for putting up his team as well as his experiences and expertise, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Dr. Lal Goyal, as well as other guests, and special thanks to Sharon, Maureen, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, Dr. Wai Ching, Meeta ji, Lata ji, and Judith, as well as our technical director, Nishit Kotak, and our founder and director, last but not the least, Nil Kumar. Thank you so much for joining all the viewers who have been listening to us through various partner channels. We will be bringing to you next week another beautiful episode on Glow Women, exclusively the global women uniting for a better tomorrow on human values and how human values are important for all of us for integrating this life as well as making it more beautiful. So thanks for supporting us and keep watching and keep liking and subscribing our channel. Let's end up with Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.